15th, 2019. I hereby declare this meeting of the Howell Township Zoning Board to be open. Adequate notice having been given pursuant to the New Jersey Open Public Meeting Act in the following manner. First, on January 15th, 2019, a copy of said notice was mailed to the Star Ledger and the Tri-Town News. Second, on January 15th, 2019, a copy of said notice was hand-delivered to the clerk of the Township of Howell. Third, on January 15th, 2019, said notice was posted in the office of the Zoning Board and on the bulletin board in the Howell Township Municipal Building, 4567 Route 9, Howell Township, New Jersey. In accordance with the Fire Prevention Code and your safety, please be advised that this facility is designed with 2 emergency exits, which are on your right at the front and rear of the meeting room. Furthermore, smoking is not permitted in the municipal building. Please take note that this meeting is being videotaped for possible future broadcast on Howell Township TV 77. And just as a further note, on April 2nd, 2019, a notice was sent to the Asbury Park Press and the Tri-Town News that tonight's meeting would begin at 6 p.m. A notice was also posted on the bulletin board, the clerk's office, and the office of the zoning board. Thank you.
Thank you, Eileen. Can we have a roll call, please?
Yes, you may. Mr. Hughes?
Here.
Mr. Massa has been excused. Mr. Mertens has been excused. Mr. O'Donnell has been excused. And Mr. Orozco has been excused. Mr. San Clemente?
Here.
Mr. Saya?
Here.
Mr. Moretti?
Present.
And Chairman Nansen.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Can we all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please? Pledge allegiance to the
flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Tropoli, you mind swearing in the professionals, please?
I do.
Thank you.
Just one more point before we get to, we do need to appoint a secretary for this evening in case there's any exhibits.
Anyone want to be, so you can't. Mr. Moretti will.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Okay, approval of minutes. Regular meeting, February 25th, 2019. Eligible voters, Hughes, Massa, Mertens, O'Donnell, Orozco, San Clemente, Saya, and Nansen. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Mr. San Clemente,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Hughes. Can we have a roll call, please?
Mr. Hughes?
Yes.
Mr. San Clemente?
Yes.
Mr. Saya?
Yes.
And Chairman Nansen?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Regular meeting, March 4th, 2019. Eligible voters, Hughes, Massa, Mertens, O'Donnell, Orozco, San Clemente, Moretti, and Nansen. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Mr. San Clemente.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Moretti. Can we have a roll call, please?
Mr. Hughes?
Yes.
Mr. San Clemente?
Yes.
Mr. Moretti?
Yes.
Chairman Nansen?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thanks.
Thank you. Any vouchers?
No vouchers.
Correspondence?
The only correspondence I have is an email that Allison Serrani, she is the deputy clerk, sent to all board members of both the Planning and Zoning Board. It's a friendly reminder that you have to file your financial disclosure statement as soon as possible. The deadline is April 30th, and the local finance board can and will fine non-filers $100. If you need any assistance, you need to contact Allison. If you don't know her number and you need to get a hold of her, you can contact me and I will switch you over to Allison. But it is April 30th, so you'll have 2 more weeks to file that.
Once you submit that, that automatically is done? You don't get a copy or anything, right?
I don't believe so. I don't file one, so.
Okay.
You can print it.
Yeah, okay, I did print that. Is that the one? That's okay, good.
And I don't see your name on here, so it looks like yours must have gone through because the reminder did not go to you. So if anybody needs to check, I can tell you if you're on this list or not.
I'm good, right?
Okay.
Actually, I did it today.
Yeah, I filled mine out today.
Well, then, the reminder.
You're good.
went out.
You're not on here.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Mine
you're
went out.
Okay. Okay, resolutions.
No resolutions.
Application before the board, case number BA 1806, L&L Pavement Company, Inc. Use variance, preliminary and final major site plan. I'm not going to read the description because it's too long. I think we all know it by heart by now. So, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Butler, I'll let you lead where we were and
Sure.
where we're going.
The last time we had left off, Mr. Doyle had finished the direct testimony of Joseph Steiger from Dynamic Traffic, and was going to be moving on to Mr. Steck, his planning expert. As a point, I did receive, the board did request of Mr. Steiger and Mr. Doyle that they submit the counts to support their Mr. Steiger's testimony regarding the traffic on Yellowbrook Road. I followed up with an email, I think the next day, asking for those counts. Today, I received a report from Dynamic Traffic, which included, I guess, those counts and some other data. I'm objecting to this being entered into the record. It is way too late to receive this, and especially any new data that was not testified to at the last hearing. The board made a specific request, and that was simply give us the counts from your one counter that you had in Yellowbrook Road.
Yes. And I too received the report today too. And I have to agree, Mr. Doyle, that it's way too late. And even my traffic can't even look at it. Besides that, I specifically asked for the data to back up the testimony that was placed on the record, not new counts. And I saw that there was counts after April 1st information in there, so I am going to disallow that report. It's not, we would have to open up new traffic testimony to get to that point, and it's not what was requested. Yes, the information is there, but there was additional information, and I do not want to open this back up.
Mr. Chairman, most respectfully, typically when a motion is made, if you were in court, or when a application is made, as Mr. Butler did, to reject it, the other side gets to be heard before a decision is made, as you have just made.
Yes, sir.
Maybe
And I made that decision, and I want to move on.
I know you want to move on, Mr. Chairman, but if I could respond to Mr. Butler so that at least you hear both sides of the issue, because I have a slightly different recollection of the facts than he suggested. With your...
Go ahead.
One is Mr. Steger said he had not a report. He was asked for a report, and so we provided from the same firm with which he worked a report. We did not hear the word, we want just the traffic count. What we heard was a report, and we produced a report.
You heard that correctly.
Okay.
You heard that correctly. On the basis was his testimony. I wanted a report. What his testimony was based on a report. Everything that he was saying and testified to was his knowledge of the traffic counts. All of his testimony was based on traffic counts and what his study was of it at that time. I totally agree with you there. However, whenever I read the report, there's traffic counts after April 1st. There's new traffic counts. That would mean that we would have to open that testimony back up to clarify and to put on the record new testimony based on new traffic counts. I'm not going there. I strictly asked for the report and traffic counts to back up his testimony. That's all I asked.
Mr. Chairman, at the April 1st meeting, particularly the gentleman who's not here tonight, Mr. O, in the far left.
Mr. O'Donnell.
Mr. O'Donnell, thank you, I'm sorry. And I believe yourself made reference to nighttime testimony. and you asked about the other counters that were out there that you were familiar with, that Mr. Steger was not familiar with. Those counters were commissioned by Dynamic. They did not work. The board expressed an interest in having accurate nighttime counts, and they asked for a report. So we sought to respond to what the board asked us of. Mr. Steger made it clear he did not have a report, he had his testimony. The board said they wanted a report. I took that to mean something more than the testimony, something that would include nighttime counts, and we've done them. I was told to have that in by no later than Thursday. Unfortunately, it came in Friday afternoon. I've heard that you did not get it till Monday. The
That's
third
correct.
thing I would point out is that Mr. Steger said that night, I don't know that it was on a record, but he said it to me, he would be, because of previously planned out-of-state times, unavailable on April 15th and April 29th. So in all fairness, and hearing you say frequently, we want to get on with this, I didn't want to deprive Mr. Butler of the opportunity to cross-examine with respect to the traffic evidence that was presented, with which I would have called, if I was allowed to, or am allowed to, Justin Taylor of the same company to testify to the report you requested with the nighttime information you requested, with the full knowledge of what Mr. Steger testified to, and the ability to be cross-examined by Mr. Butler.
Yes, sir.
That's my offer.
We're not doing it. The report was to back up the testimony that was on the record. That's all the report was. I'm not opening up to new testimony, not in this. And he did testify to the nighttime count. There was testimony. In his testimony, he said something like 8 trucks or something like that. We didn't feel that that was correct, but he testified to that. That's why we wanted that report based on what his numbers, what he had to go into the record, so our traffic people could review that. That's why we wanted it no later than Thursday, was so they could review it and we could have a report to us from our professionals. That's all we wanted, and to back his testimony up. That is it. And I'm not going to open any more traffic testimony.
Mr. Chairman, you particularly mentioned at that hearing the nighttime and wanted the separate counters to be identified for the Harms truck. You mentioned that the Harms truck leaves at 4 o'clock and wakes you up. So we thought we should respond to all of that. If you choose to go,
Well, I didn't say, number one, I didn't say that the Harms truck woke me up. I did not say that.
I would caution whoever is in the audience, it's unfair to call out and
I say
comment on.
they move at night. They move at 4 o'clock in the morning. But as far as waking me up, I'm up at 4 o'clock in the morning. So, that's why I know that they're leaving. I don't hear them as much as see them. But anyway, I'm not going to reopen this testimony.
I would ask that the report be marked for identification only, so in the case of future proceedings, it could be seen as to what was offered and what was rejected.
Mr. Tropoli.
For identification only, yes.
Okay.
Where it goes from there, it has been submitted I'm sure over Mr. Butler's
Yeah,
objection.
I
but-
objected to being included in the record at all. If the board is not going to be considering it, and that's what the chairman, that's what you ruled, why are we putting it into the record?
The board already has it. Look, I don't want to deprive anyone of any due process. It's here. I would caution the board, though, my recollection is that it was to back up the testimony.
Correct.
And again, I'm not substituting my judgment for yours or anyone here, but that's what it's for the limited purpose of that. Other than that, new counts, I agree with you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay.
Understood.
I would ask for the board for some advice so that I could report back to Mr. Steger If this matter is to be concluded either tonight or on April 29th, he will not be here.
Mr. Trupley?
I'm not sure I understand the question, Mr. Wood. What are you
The
asking the
board's
board for?
procedure has been to cross-examine, to allow, first, the night of the hearing, when a witness testifies, to allow the professionals to examine them along with the board. At a subsequent date, to allow the other attorney, in this case, Mr. Butler, then to
Cross-examination.
cross-examine.
No, I
And then at a third meeting, to have the public cross-examine witnesses. I'm reporting to the board that Mr. Steger, because of previously planned prior to April 1st, out-of-state travel for family and business, will not be here on the 15th or the 29th.
Who do you have tonight to testify?
I had Justin Taylor of Dynamic, traffic expert, and the author of the report that was received, and Peter Steck, a professional planner.
Are they the balance of your witnesses, notwithstanding Mr. Steiger? If you were to...
They are.
But I don't see how we can cross-examine Mr. Steiger without him being here.
No, it's fair comment.
And
sure
I'm not going to hold the case, we're not going to keep putting the public off. I'm not going to do that.
My suggestion is that we'll circle back on that. Maybe Mr. Steiger's schedule will change. Let's get it finished as best as we possibly can. And at the end and the conclusion of the witnesses that are available, we'll circle back and take another look at it. I want everyone here to know that we're trying to be as fair as we possibly can. This is a procedure that was set forth actually with Mr. Gazarovski at his request when he was sitting chair here. We'll have to take another look at it. But with that, Mr. Doyle, I'm going to turn it back over to you at your case right now. Thank you.
And just for the record, so there's going to be no traffic testimony, no traffic cross-examination, nothing regarding traffic tonight?
I would have hoped so, but the board
Well,
did
number
not allow
one,
me that opportunity.
I don't think it's fair to Mr. Butler, the applicant, not to be able to cross-examine testimony that was already placed on the record.
I would like the opportunity, independent then of what happened on April the 1st, to call Mr. Taylor with respect to new traffic information.
Oh, no, sir, we're not going to open it up.
I'm not asking it to be opened up, I'm asking to
It's
be able
new
to call a
testimony.
witness.
It's new testimony. No, we're not.
So is Mr. Steck's testimony new?
No, it's not. That he testified. I asked for the report and the traffic counts to back his testimony up. That's all I asked for. Period. I didn't ask for new counts. I didn't ask for that.
I
And
appreciate
I
that.
do not want to go into new testimony. Call your next witness and let's move forward.
I would like to call Mr., independent of April 1st, so that I just put on the record.
You're opening new testimony. I'm not going there. We've heard traffic testimony. I'm not open up to new testimony. Let's move forward. Call your planner.
I would like the board to give a reason on the record why I can't call a information-laden witness.
Because we're putting more testimony on a subject that's already been testified to.
I would volunteer that he would limit his testimony to something that is new
We're
counts.
moving forward. Call your next witness, please.
For the record, just so it's fair, I think that is, Mr. Tropoli said there's a duty to provide due process. I don't think in the rejection of that witness I've been provided with that. I'll call Mr. Steck.
Mr. Tropoli?
Yes. Raise your hand and swear the testimony you'll give this evening will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Yes, ma'am. We have your name, please.
Peter G. Steck, S-T-E-C-K.
Very well. You're witness to qualify.
Mr. Steck, would you give the board? Mr. Steck, would you give the board the benefit of your educational background?
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree in civil engineering from Marquette University and a master's in city and regional planning from Rutgers. In terms of work experience, well, I'm a licensed planner in New Jersey since 1976 with license number 1776, which is still in effect. I'm a member of the League of Municipalities Land Use Law Drafting Committee. In terms of work experience, I was the planning director for the Township of Montclair for just short of 10 years. I also was an associate planner with 2 consulting firms, Malcolm Kassler Associates and Alvin Gershon Associates. For the past 20 years, I've been self-employed as a community planning consultant, representing municipalities as well as developers and neighborhood groups. And I've testified in over 150 municipalities in New Jersey and been accepted as an expert witness in 8 counties in Superior Court as well as the New Jersey Tax Court.
Thank you. Mr. Butler? Any objection?
Mr. Steck, you said you've been licensed since 1976.
Yes.
Have there been any gaps in your licensure?
There was a gap when I inadvertently didn't pay my fee, and the license was returned when I paid the fee.
Okay. And what year was that?
It was about three years ago, I believe.
Were you fined for that?
I was fined because I didn't know that my license had lapsed. But when I found out that my license had lapsed, I did not testify until it was reinstated.
Mr. Chairman, I put up with 3 questions of character assassination. Those are all facts, but they do not reflect on the witness's capacity before this board as a professional planner with the vast experience he's mentioned. I hope that Mr. Butler is at the end of this kind of testimony.
I am testing his veracity as a expert in planning. He said he was licensed since 1976. I asked the question if his license ever had a gap in it. He said it did. He answered the question. So he was not licensed since 1976. There was a period of time when he wasn't licensed.
My recollection
and he was fined for not paying his licensing fee, and I guess practicing as a unlicensed planner in the state of New Jersey.
He did not testify to being licensed as practicing as an unlicensed.
Okay.
He didn't testify what he did during those 3 months. But if we're going to continue down this road, I want a ruling from the attorney that he can continue to assassinate this witness's character. My recollection
Mr. Butler, are
is
you
that
objecting to him
license and-
testifying? If you are, I'm going to overrule you, and let's, Mr.
Okay.
Chair, I recommend you accept Mr. Steck's credentials
I-
and move forward. Over
Okay.
objection if necessary.
That's fine.
You,
Over objection. Go ahead.
okay. We accept your credentials.
Thank you.
Mr. Steck, are you familiar with the site?
Yes, I've seen it on 3 occasions. I toured the neighborhood, and I also consulted secondary information such as aerial photographs.
Have you become familiar with the record?
Yes, I was at one of the prior meetings, but I reviewed the transcripts and the reports that have been submitted, as well as discussed the application with a number of the applicant's experts.
Have you read particularly the testimony from Ms. Gaffone?
Yes, there were 3 meetings. One was her direct testimony, and then there was a second meeting with a cross, and then a third meeting also with a cross. And I reviewed the transcripts of all 3 of those meetings.
Are you familiar with the history of the site?
I am.
is that appropriate and useful as a planner to make the analysis you've made?
In my opinion, it is, because this is a very large site in this SED zone, and because there has been, in my opinion, a consistent trend in treating asphalt plants in the area, the history of the uses as well as the history of zoning treatment, in my opinion, are important.
Is it appropriate to know how the property was not only zoned, but how it was planned and actually used?
Yes, partly because some of the foundation of the applicant is that there's been some kind of continuation of use that is similar, and I have an opinion that happens to differ.
And that testimony was elicited from both Ms. Gaffone and the applicant.
That's correct.
And you've read in the record, more specifically, page 61, October 29th, Planner Beam testified, I think it's absolutely relevant what the site has been used for in the past, and you would agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. With that, the importance to that testimony, are you familiar with the chronology that was developed as to the use, the zoning and planning history of this site?
I am.
And we have a thumb drive for that?
Yes.
If we could put that up. And
What are we putting up?
we're putting up a proposed exhibit showing in serial form the land use history of the property.
Do we have copies for the board?
Yes.
You want-
Sometimes I learn the lessons.
Thank you.
All right, so this exhibit will mark, Mr. Moretti, you want to come around? We'll mark this as 018.
I need enough for the board.
Do you have one for yourself?
Do you have one for Mr. Butler, too?
Yes.
Here, you're going to mark this
You'll
as
initial?
018, initial and date it.
What is that?
Township.
No, I know that.
Mr. Steck, would you go through that chronology for the board?
Yes, this document was initially produced by Andy Thomas, but I have also looked through the records and have verified these dates and events.
And these dates and events are all public dates and events?
Yes,
or-
these are all from public records, both produced during this hearing as well as the prior hearing on interpreting the ordinance.
However, these don't go into that whole other hearing. They're just
Right. This is just, gives the full history, and I'll just briefly go through it, and then I'll refer to it when I get into my conclusions. But as the board is aware, it's the first zoning ordinance apparently came in 1957, but the first time that that there was a clear prohibition of asphalt manufacturing was on September 9th of 1963. The subject property, when that was first adopted, was not in an industrial zone, but shortly thereafter, it was placed in an industrial zone, so that prohibition took effect. Subsequently, the zone was changed to the SED zone, and as you can see from items in the table, starting in 1963, there was a concrete pipe manufacturer on the plant that produced a product that happened to be made out of concrete. This started out as the Central Jersey Concrete Pipe, and then Kerr Concrete, also known as Old Castle Precast. This received an approval from the planning board to modify its facility, again, as a permitted use. And officially, the operation ceased in December of 2014, but my view of aerial photographs show that it was inactive before that date, at least a year before that date, but that was the official closure of it. And I want to emphasize that what that facility was the production of a product. It prepared concrete, but it poured it into molds and produced concrete pipe. And that was the product that was produced, which was considered a permitted use in both the industrial zone and the subsequent SED zone. The applicant or a related company purchased the property in February of 2016. It got an approval for a minor site plan application, and that was for relocating its paving business. Then there are significant events that occur in terms of the municipality. On May 18th of 2017, there was a revised land use plan that recommended specifically that manufacturing be removed as a permitted use in the SED zone. I'll talk about that in more detail, but that, while there was discussion that led up to that point, the answer is this is the official decision of the planning board, which is expressed in this master plan element. This led to support for an ordinance 0-17-21 that was introduced on June 13th of 2017. It was referred, as the law requires, to back to the planning board, which found it to be substantially consistent with the master plan. And then on July 18th, 2017, it was adopted by the council. In my opinion, that was an affirmation of a policy that existed back until 1963. This was affirmed by an application for interpretation before the Board of your board on December 18th of 2017 that ruled that indeed the use that was proposed was not a permitted use in the zone and required a D1 variance. It is noted that the governing body subsequently looked at the ordinance again and added health club and fitness centers as a permitted use. So this is not an old zone that has never been changed for many, many years. This has been an active zone that has been looked at both by the planning board and by the governing body. And that brings us to the current time where in February of 2018, a use variance application was submitted to do an asphalt production facility as well as a companion Class B recycling facility. And then we come to where we are this evening after a series of hearings. What I want to do is lay some foundation for my conclusions, and I know that the board is familiar with some of this. Before I do, I'm going to, since it's up on the screen, I have a handout that perhaps should be marked. It's a 6-page handout that is dated April 15th of 2019, and I have multiple copies of that.
Before we mark it, would you let counsel, Mr. Butler,
Thank
review
you.
that?
And just for clarification, how many sheets is 018?
What I just referred to is one sheet.
But we were given 4.
We were given
There
4.
are other exhibits that we will refer to, but on that stick, there was more. What was displayed on the screen is just 018, which is one page.
Okay, so just for clarity for the record, 018 is just the spreadsheet that you were just testifying about.
It's the table that I just testified about.
Okay,
Okay,
then
and it's
we need
one
to-
sheet.
We need to remark these then, if that's not part of it.
The individual sheets, we would ask to be marked as 019, 020, and 021. They were collated, so you had the whole package instead of 14 of one, 14 of the next, 14 of the next.
Okay,
Okay.
well, if Mr. Steck's going to move on to testify about another exhibit, I would prefer
Let's finish this
for
one
the
first.
record, you know,
Okay,
let's,
let me just
let's
identify
clarify these.
019,
You need to go.
0 and 021, and I guess
The board will
yeah,
mark it.
okay.
Are you talking about the other 3 sheets that were in
Yes.
that package?
019, and if maybe if someone could put it on the screen so we're all on the same, there we go. This is simply a rendition of the current zoning map where the subject site is highlighted in a blue triangle. Yep. 020 is an aerial photograph that has lot lines superimposed and notations as to the uses. And it's hard to see, but in orange is the outline of the subject SED zone. And then there are 2 rings just to give a sense of proportion. There's a 1,500-foot radius mark and a half-mile radius mark. 021 is a tabulation of municipal tax records of the properties that are within the SED zone by lot and block number, the name of the owner, a categorization of the land use, acreage, linear frontage, and a commentary about whether it is a permitted use or not.
and Mr. Steck, did you prepare any of these exhibits?
These were all prepared by Mr. Thomas, who's here and can verify them, but I check them and I rely upon them and I verify that I believe they're accurate. Now, it might be helpful to go through the exhibits that I prepared that are on the second thumb drive.
Any copies of it?
Yes.
You clear with this now?
I'm clear as to their identification.
Okay.
This is all one exhibit?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So this next thumb drive that's marked in page numbers P1 to P6 is a single exhibit of 6 sheets.
Correct.
Okay.
So that'll be 022, and it's a
I think I have it,
6-page exhibit.
It's 3 pages with both sides, a total of 6 sides, but 3 pages.
Of,
Of,
what does it depict?
it depicts information that I've gathered that includes the zoning map, photographs, an excerpt from the zoning ordinance, as well as excerpts from the master plan and the state development and redevelopment plan.
And this was prepared by you?
Yes.
17,
Thank you, ma'am.
And perhaps it would be helpful for me to just go through the 6 pages briefly and to identify them. So the first page is a reproduction of the current zoning map where I've highlighted the SED zones in purple, and I've highlighted the county and state highways as well as in black, and the railroads in blue, whether they're operational or not, that there are, physically there's trackage in those areas. The second page has 2 aerial photographs. So,
yes.
I guess P2 of 022 has 2 aerial photographs secured from Google Earth, and they have timestamps on them. So the one on the top is what the subject property looked like on September 6th of 2013. So this is an aerial photograph that shows no vehicles on the property. In all practical purposes, in my opinion, it was essentially dormant here, although this is before the legal closing at the end of 2014. The one below that was the satellite photo from April 16th in 2016. Now, this is when the applicant or the affiliated company purchased the property, but before minor site plan approval was secured for the paving, L&L paving operation. And what I want to emphasize is that, for example, at the northern end of the property, greenery has been established because of non-use, but apparently someone under the control of the applicant, because the applicant owned the property at the time, or an affiliate, the paving or the gravel or the concrete area has been extended. So prior to securing a minor site plan approval to locate L&L on the property, there was, in my opinion, or appeared to be an expansion of
I'm going to object to this
It-
whole...
He can object to a
Sit down.
question. Oh, I forgot that. He can object to a question.
Yeah, but-
He
but
can't,
I can't-
don't interrupt me, I'm making an objection.
Mr. Dahl,
I-
I can only deal with one attorney at a time.
Okay, and I was the one
Okay.
speaking.
No, Mr. Butler was speaking.
He
You'll
made
have
an
your
objection.
opportunity to put what you have to
I
say.
don't believe, I believe he
He's
finished his
following-
objection. If he's
An
going to
objection.
continue to object, I'll wait till he finishes.
That's what I'm saying. It's an
Okay.
objection. I need to hear what he's objecting to.
I objected procedurally. He can object to a question. He can't object to an answer.
It's not an answer, sir.
Mr.
He's
Steck was in the
objected
middle
to
of
the
testifying.
photograph. Hey, Greg, let's hear what he's objecting in first.
My objection is Mr. Steck is entering this photograph in, and okay, it's a photograph taken from Google Earth. I don't know what time of the day it was taken, but it was taken, okay. But then Mr. Steck goes on and says, well, you know, there's an expansion. He's starting to go into other areas where there is no foundation for any of this. And it's conjecture, and it's not appropriate for what's happening right now with Mr. Steck's planning testimony.
Mr. Dole, could you
What,
just...
what Mr.
No,
what
hang
Mr.
on just a
Yeah.
second. Could you just rephrase your question to Mr. Speck, you know, in dealing, lay some foundation for your question, please?
With respect to these particular pictures, and drawing upon your expertise as a planner, what do these pictures tell you?
The pictures tell me that when first of all, these are taken in the daytime by a satellite, and at least I've pinned down the date. These are secured from the internet. But the picture at the top was when the use, in my opinion, was dormant prior to purchase by the applicant's affiliate. And the one at the bottom was while the property was under ownership of the applicant's affiliate, but prior to any municipal approvals to relocate the L&L paving use. And what I want to say is that the bottom picture has more white in it than the upper picture, which indicates that greenery has been either covered over or removed during that period of time.
And what is the significance in the whole story of that fact?
There is a lot of there is testimony that one of the reasons why this is an application that deserves approval is that the impervious coverage has been reduced. And although the magnitude of it is in debate based on the witnesses, what I want to say is simply prior to the applicant securing approval for a minor site plan, there was obviously some work being done on the property, which involved either the removal or the covering up of what previously appeared as green in a satellite photo.
And then, once again,
I understand your objection, but let's move forward. That's something you could come back on cross, Mr. Butler.
P3.
Hang on, Mr. Saya.
The next... Oh, I'm sorry.
Hang on.
Somebody has a
Mr.
question.
Saya.
Sorry.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
so I too am looking at the upper and the lower. The upper was taken September 6th based on the stamp, right?
Correct.
So, and if you look to the left of outside the triangle, it's very nice and green, right? And then I go down to the bottom and it's, you know, it's basically this where we are today.
Yes.
And we're not fully green yet, so is there some deception here? I don't
Yes,
know.
there is.
Yes, I mean, I don't know for sure, but I do know that the growth season are different here
Yeah.
as compared.
I'm sorry, I missed the word that you used, sir. Was it deception?
Is it, yeah, he was using is this deception? Mr. Saya isn't too familiar with this application.
In other words, when you have pictures from one year to the other, you normally take them at the same time, so you can do a comparative analysis.
Well, unfortunately, I don't control the satellites that are there. These were secured from the internet. So these were, in my opinion, important changes because they occurred during the applicant or its affiliate's ownership of the property. And whatever changes that you see, and there clearly are changes, they occurred prior to any approval by this planning board for relocating, by the planning board for relocating L&L paving.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
I totally understand.
Yeah, I just think we're looking at two different seasons too, correct? I mean,
That's what he's saying.
That's what I'm
sorry,
saying.
Oh.
I don't know that the board can pick up the inter-talk between the board.
Yeah, it is two different seasons. One's in early spring, one's in late fall. But I'm gonna move forward. Mr. Butler can cross on this because, I know the site and I know what was up there. And, we'll save it for a cross-examination.
We'll
Go
save
ahead.
what you know about the site, or Mr.
Yes, sir,
Butler?
I know about the site. I'm very familiar with the site. I've lived in the township for, almost 27 years. And so I am familiar with what's around me. So,
So
continue, sir.
P3, which is the third page of O22, has 3 photographs that were taken by me on April 10th of 2019. I believe they accurately depict existing conditions. They're numbered 4, 5, and 6, and there is a label on the top of each photo. Number 4 is traveling Yellowbrook Road going north toward the SED zone. Photograph 5 is traveling, after you go through the SED zone, traveling further to the north toward Route 333. Photograph 6 at the bottom is Cranberry Road, looking from its intersection on Yellowbrook, looking in an easterly direction. And what I wanted to emphasize is essentially there's a 2-lane road. There are no sidewalks, no curbs. It has a rural flavor to it. The next page, P4, are 3 additional photographs taken by me on April 10th of 2019, and I believe they also depict fairly existing conditions. At the top, number 7 shows the subject property as viewed from Cranberry Road. 8 shows a view of the subject property looking in a northwesterly direction. You have the old concrete production facility on the left, and one of the buildings associated with L&L paving on the right. And finally, photograph 9 is the termination of Yellowbrook Road as it approaches Route 33. You see what everybody knows. It's an unsignalized intersection. It's a T intersection, and it's controlled by, by a stop sign. The next page I'll talk about in a minute, but basically it is a reproduction of what uses are permitted in the SED zone, and I highlighted on the lower right-hand side the most one of the more recent changes, and there in your code it references that under the heading of prohibited uses, you have sexually oriented businesses, you have tattoo, body piercing, and then a third prohibited use was added by ordinance number 01721, adopted 7/18/2017. Those are the notations in the code, and it prohibits specifically manufacturing of asphalt and concrete shall be prohibited, is what it says.
Let me just stay with that page. There are a number of principal permitted uses, correct?
Yes, there are many.
And in many municipalities, there's a provision that says any use not specifically permitted is not permitted?
And in fact, Howell has that provision. So if it's not, if a use isn't listed as a permitted use, it's automatically a prohibited use. And in this case, there are some municipalities that go another step, oftentimes in my experience, for clarity, but here there are specific prohibited uses that are listed. Not all zoning ordinances do it that way, but in my mind, it does serve to clarify, to emphasize certain regulations.
And so they put sexually oriented businesses, tattoo parlors, and asphalt manufacturing in the same league as specifically identified.
Specifically identified prohibited uses, that's correct.
Now, can any of these uses be granted to go in a zone?
Well, I would say in general, if you can...
Not in general.
Okay. Oh, then I'll
Is there a
say-
process, is there a process that these prohibited uses could become a use?
Yes,
in a-
any applicant has the right to apply for a D1 variance, except that when there is an outright prohibition, in my opinion, it is harder to overcome the negative criteria. The final page has panels, so this is P6 of 022, has a number of panels 11 through 15. 11 has a smaller version of a portion of the municipal zoning map, highlighting the SED zone and the location of the subject property. In 2006, there was a comprehensive land use plan, and this shows the recommendations of the land use plan. As you'll see, the SED zone is essentially the same configuration as recommended in the master plan. Also noted from both of them, you see the nature of the surrounding land use zones, which are all residential in character. Number 13 is from the NJDEP Geo website, and it shows an estimation of where the wetlands are. And in red line, I've outlined the SED zone. And what I just wanted to indicate is that as you're driving Yellowbrook Road, there appear to be some undeveloped sites, and indeed they would be difficult to develop if it turns out that these suspected wetlands areas are indeed accurate. So when you drive down the street, this zone is fairly fully developed. You might see some vacant properties, but I want to suggest that they are, in some cases, not buildable. Number 14 is another piece of information from the NJDEP Geo website. In 2012, they analyzed aerial photographs. Again, they weren't on the ground taking borings, but this was their aerial perception, kind of a neutral body looking at the area and saying, what's the amount of impervious coverage here? And the two rectangles that are kind of brownish that reflect approximately where the buildings are in the property, DEP estimated that those were above 41% impervious. The bulk of the property, at least in their eyes, were under 20% impervious. And there was a small area in the northeast corner, and actually that color appeared at the southern tip from 21 to 40%. So I guess this suggests that different eyes interpret what is impervious or not impervious differently, but this is kind of a neutral body DEP looking at it.
When you say different eyes came to different conclusions, what's that reference?
Well, the answer is that NJDEP analyzed the site for its own land use analysis purposes, and it categorized this site as largely pervious as opposed.
And I'm going to object to
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Steck's answering that question, because he can, I guess, represent that he got these from a website, but he doesn't know how NJDEP did any of their analysis regarding what's impervious, what's not impervious. He doesn't know what they looked like. They looked at. He didn't produce what was on the Geo website. He, from what I understand, just picked this up off the website and is giving this to the board for, I guess for your information, for whatever it's worth. But once again, Mr. Steck didn't produce any of these, especially 14. He didn't produce 14. He doesn't know what went into the calculations. He doesn't know what the DEP was looking at. So, I mean, I'm not objecting to it being in the record for whatever it's worth, but I'm objecting to Mr. Steck now saying the DEP did some sort of analysis that Mr. Steck wasn't around for the DEP doing that analysis. He wasn't involved.
Okay.
Did
Mr.
I
Dole,
speak now?
yeah, hang on just a second. I have one question, then I'll let you do.
Right.
The percentages there, was that on the website?
Yes.
Those percentages pointing to those,
The answer is there was a color code on the color code that indicated what the colors meant. I inserted them on the map just for convenience, but
but that wasn't, you inserted the percentages, correct?
no, I inserted the black lines and the range that was on their website. So the numbers are their numbers. I just, for convenience, rather than having a separate panel that's color-coded, I directly told you what the colors meant based
Okay.
on their website.
Now, what about the surrounding areas?
The surrounding areas are a range of things. When you look at an area like Harms, you'll see that that's probably above 80%. So I looked at this only because this is the property we're looking at. And the issue of impervious coverage has surfaced in terms of this application.
Okay. Well, I'll leave it up to the board, on that. Mr. Dole?
No, you heard from Mr. Butler. I'll just try to move this process along by
Okay, sir.
asking questions.
Okay, sir.
And I would suggest, though, to the board, that objections about the quality of the answer is suitable for cross-examination.
Okay.
So-
I agree with Mr. Doyle.
Yes.
Quite frankly, what was raised by Mr. Butler really should be raised on cross-examination.
Okay.
And I raised it because, at this point, because what Mr. Steck is doing is he is testifying regarding things that he does not have knowledge of.
Once again,
and-
suitable
okay.
for
Now,
cross-examination.
Mr. Steck has got from,
Yes.
excuse me,
Okay,
Mr.
we
Butler's
got
got from making
Mr. Butler, let's say-
examination to
Mr.
an
let's-
interruption to an objection to a summation.
Okay,
No,
hang on. Mr. Butler, these type of things, let's
Sure.
cross-exam. That way we can keep it moving.
Understood.
Thank you. Okay,
The
Mr. Dole.
the final panel is number 15, where I've taken a portion of the 2001 New Jersey State Development and Redevelopment Plan. This is important because the planning board in drafting a master plan is required to indicate how its planning efforts relate to the state plan. And here I'm just pointing out that the subject property is in the most restrictive state planning category, PA5, environmentally sensitive planning area. To the left of that green, you'll see some diagonal stripes. That's a special category that refers to the Yellow Brook that is to the west of the property. The brown color indicates a PA4, which is a rural area, but not as restrictive as the PA5 area. And in general, the state plan says there should not be intensive development in the PA5 area.
And what's the red?
The red is I believe that's a PA1 designation.
Okay.
Let me go back over those panels. The panel 11 is the same as has been marked 019
That is
in
correct.
larger shape.
That's correct. And I just, in my own way, identified where the subject property is located.
And every zone surrounding this property zone has an R in it, ARE,
Yeah,
6.
every zone that surrounds this property is a residential or agricultural and residential zone. And when you travel from this property going north to 33, both sides of Yellowbrook Road are in an ARE 6 zone, which is a low-density residential zone. And then as you get closer to Route 33, it crosses into a higher-density residential zone, the R3 zone.
So
All
as
right,
to
but
say,
Can I ask, can you please repeat your first portion of that as far as surrounding property? You said surrounding this subject property, the applicant's property is,
No, but surrounding the SED zone.
okay, I just wanted to correct that.
Okay.
Because, okay,
I'm just going to grab my water bottle, if I may.
yes, sir.
So with that as a foundation, I want to run through some findings to lay a foundation for my conclusion. Although the tax maps say 30 acres, this is, as you know, 35 acres. Yellowbrook Road is a local road, as is Cranberry Road. The intersection of Cranberry and Yellowbrook is about 5,400 feet from Route 33, so it's a little over a mile from that central part of this property. It's very apparent this property is triangular in shape. It has the frontage of 1,831 feet along the west side of Yellowbrook Road. It backs up to some unused railroad tracks that are known as the Freehold Secondary Line. As you already know, the property is fairly level. There are some trees on the periphery, and there are some wetlands that have been delineated on the northwest border. From the handout 018, there is a history of the use of this property. And again, for up until December of 2014, and according to my view of the aerial photographs, months before that, up until that time, this property was used for the manufacture of a product, concrete pipes. And again, that was acknowledged officially because it was the subject of an expansion application before the planning board. The application, as you know, and the applicant concedes that it involves a D1 variance. They're proposing an asphalt manufacturing plant, which is specifically prohibited from the SED zone. One of the other items of relief are the 6 silos that rise to a height of 90 feet. So that's above the tree line, and that's, you know, approximately twice what the height is that is permitted. The applicant terms, in the notice, terms this is a bituminous concrete manufacturing facility. In my opinion, that's identical to an asphalt plant. That's what this is, an asphalt manufacturing plant. And I classify it as from a land use point of view, as a heavy industrial use. It's taking raw materials, it's processing them. The product is not completely done when it's on the property. The answer is the asphalt is prepared. It is trucked off the property before it is installed in its ultimate location. Because of the volume, the nature of the raw materials that are handled, the type of permits that are needed, air pollution permits and the like, I classify this as a heavy industrial use, not a light industrial use. A classic example of a light industrial use would be, for example, like warehousing or some kind of manufacturing that's confined within a building. This is such a large type operation, it is not confined to the inside of the building. Along with this...
You just mentioned 2 things. One, that this is what the site was in terms of manufacturing concrete product and what it proposes to be. Are they the same thing?
They are definitely not the same thing.
How are they different?
First of all, your zoning ordinance permitted the manufacture of products. This is an operation, again, that uses material that is not complete till it's installed at the site. So the answer is there is a timing issue involved with this kind of operation. You know, once you mix and heat the asphalt mix, it has to be used within a certain amount of time.
That's not true of concrete products.
That's not true of well, concrete you can have a dry mix, and then when you're going to the site, for example, but the prior use, you made pipe, and when the pipe was cured, you stored it on the property. You could store it for a year, a month, a day, but there was a different scenario. You didn't have to manufacture, it wasn't necessarily part of the operation that you would manufacture pipe at night. But because of the timing issue with something like asphalt, there are times that with large contracts, and especially state contracts, it's done at night. That's not a characteristic of an operation that manufactures concrete pipe. That's a daytime operation. And again, once the product is prepared, it's inert. It stays outside, it's stored on the property until someone picks it up or it's delivered to a client. And the manufacturing of concrete pipe is typically done in a building. The asphalt operation has equipment that's it's not assessed. It's equipment that operates out in the open, and there are a series of water pollution or air pollution permits that are associated with that kind of operation. So, in my opinion, it is different in terms of its land use impacts, its very nature, and in fact, in my opinion, when a zoning ordinance allows the manufacture of products, that would not include an activity such as the production of asphalt.
So there was testimony from Mr. Rodelli that this is the same thing that's been going on this site for 50 years. You would disagree?
I would disagree.
For the reason you just gave?
Yes. Okay. And as the site plan shows, there is a Class B recycling facility here. Now, as everyone recognizes, that's handled by the county. It's exempt from site plan approval locally. But that doesn't mean that it doesn't have land use impacts. It adds traffic, a different kind of traffic. When someone looks to recycle concrete or asphalt, you get users that aren't necessarily at the place every day. If I have an asphalt production, I can use my own trucks, and all the drivers are used to the route and all the rules of the game. But when you have a recycling facility, it means I can truck my debris, whether it's asphalt or concrete. I can truck it to the facility, and I got a right to deposit it there. I got to pay for it, but I got a right to recycle it. The users potentially are much broader. People not familiar with the area, not familiar with rules of don't use Cranberry Road, for example, and the like. And they come from different locations.
Let's move past the recycling, because that's not even part of this.
Mr. Chairman?
I'm sorry. Let's move past the recycling.
I will continue to allow Mr. Steck, with permission from you, to testify about what is relevant. He made it clear.
It's not relevant, please. We've excluded the recycling because it's not before this board.
Mr. Chairman, this board doesn't have the right to approve or disapprove Class B recycling. You're absolutely correct. However, the case law says the site implications, and I'll give you a citation.
Well, Mr. Doyle, let me interrupt you here. If they get their Class B recycling, they're going to come back before this board because there's issues with the ingress, egress, because that is before the board. Scales, whatever that they have to get to that recycling is before it. That's part of this application. We understand that. But as far as the plot in the area for the recycling, that's not before this board.
With your permission, the land use consequences of what this use is without needing the approval is nevertheless before you. That balanced approach was taken in Shupak versus Manasquan River. The court held that as long as you don't say you can't have it, they have a right to require site plan approval to address aesthetic, traffic flow, and other like issues. So I'm following the court ruling that says that traffic flow is something to be considered, not that you can deny the recycling, but it's something to be considered when a site plan application comes before you. And you have a site plan application presently before you.
Mr.
Not for,
Trombley,
not for recycling plants,
that's what I was-
period.
I would
And we
just-
can't analyze or even comment on a site plan modification on an application that doesn't include a recycling facility, which this board doesn't have jurisdiction to approve or reject. So,
You'll be bound by your attorney regardless of what the case law is.
well, I respectfully, I disagree, and I
Okay.
don't appreciate the comment, Mr. Burrow.
I didn't mean, it was
Well,
ill-stated.
you can't take back words, it's on the record. So let's move forward, let's leave the recycling out of it, please.
Or the consequences as they apply to the site plan. Okay.
One of the things I did is drive and walk parts of the area, and there is a map that was, an aerial photograph that was marked as O20 that showed the property lines, and some of the uses in the area were labeled. O21 is simply an inventory of the uses that are in the area. And I would note that the subject property is centrally located, I would say. This SED zone is basically.
Might we have O21 put up there?
Yeah, hold on, yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I'm inclined to draw your attention to O20, if I might, which is the map, the aerial photo. There you go. Thank you. Most people encounter this SED zone from Yellowbrook Road, which happens to be a local road. That's the spine of this zone. And the subject property is squarely in the center of this SED zone. And it is very visible because it has such extensive frontage on Yellowbrook Road. It's a little over 1,800 feet. So if you take the northern extent of the zone and the southern extent of the zone, this singular property is about 39% of that length. So someone driving through the spine of this SED zone is going to garner a lot of its character from what happens on this property. There is another road, as you know, Cranberry Road, which is a public road, so people can drive on it. And again, while you can direct trucks to go in a certain direction, that's not necessarily an infallible thing. There are drivers that are unfamiliar with the area. There are drivers that may find streets quicker to go for their destinations. There are people that want to come to the recycling center that have never been here before. What I want to say is that this property is one of the largest in the area. It is certainly, if I add the characteristics of large, centrally located, and highly visible, that's what this property is. There's no other property that has those three characteristics, in my opinion, in this SED zone. Part of my analysis was to look at how the planning board recommended zoning of this property. I looked at the 1988 master plan that recommended an economic development designation for this property and approximately where the boundaries of the SED zone are today. It was recommended it recognized existing industrial uses, and the phrase was in the master plan recommendation is that while there's a greater range of uses than recommended for other zones, they were to be limited by performance requirements. So that means the planning board was cautious about a limitation. Yes, this is an industrial zone, but it's not a free-for-all. They wanted to make sure that the industries here were confined by performance requirements. In 1994, there was a comprehensive master plan, and again, it was slightly different than the extent of the current SED zone, but the subject property was specifically recommended for industrial use, and it specifically said that on page Roman numeral 2-23, the intent of the industrial district is permit light manufacturing, office and research, and warehousing uses. So they use the word light manufacturing, which in my opinion, just from the point of view of language in the master plan, would not encourage the proposed use, and in fact was consistent with the way this property has been treated from a zoning point of view, i.e., we will permit the manufacture of products that typically can be done within a building, but not the production of asphalt or concrete. There was a very recent, there was a fairly recent amendment to the master plan that was prepared in 2014, and that specifically, it talked about multiple SED zones. There was some interest in having an SED1 and an SED2, but what was interesting in it is one of the recommendations, recommendation 13 on page 8, said that many residential uses currently exist within the established SED zones. Therefore, all legally existing residential property shall be grandfathered as permitted uses in all SED zones. So that was a recommendation of the master plan that indicated that there were sensitive land uses within the SED zones that existed at that time.
Now, that recommendation, did that become an ordinance?
No, it didn't.
Okay.
And finally...
Well, why did that recommendation not come before the zoning board?
Well,
It doesn't, they don't come to the zoning board.
That's the point.
That's not what he asked.
Yeah.
That's not what I
He
asked.
asked if it became an ordinance.
Oh, I heard, yeah, I
No.
thought you said did it come before this
No.
board?
at the end of the day, the governing body is the only one that makes the laws, as you know, and it either adopts things that are substantially consistent with the master plan, or if it does something, it has the power to do something differently, but it has to adopt an explanatory resolution at the time.
But was there any other recommendations during that period?
There were a number of recommendations, but this one applied specifically to the SED zone.
I understand, but were there any more to that area? Any more recommendations to the council by the master plan about Yellowbrook Road?
This is the only one that I pulled out because it applied to this SED district.
Would you, well, you can't confirm, but would you be surprised to know that there was a whole bunch of recommendations along with that?
The report had a whole bunch of recommendations, but they didn't, most of them were for zones other than the SED zone.
I understand, but it was around the SED zone and this area.
Well, all I can tell you is this is the one that, in my opinion, is most relevant to my research and considerations.
Okay. Jennifer?
You're correct, Mr. Chair. There were a number of recommendations in that master plan from 2014. There was recommendations to modify the zoning for the balance of Yellowbrook Road to turn it into like an SED light because there's a lot of homes with businesses in the back. But just like the recommendation that was cited here by Mr. Steck, none of those recommendations in that 2014 master plan were ever implemented.
Okay.
Does the ordinance adoption of a recommendation change the fact that the recommendation existed?
No, when one is judging a variance, part of the negative criteria is to determine whether it is substantially impairs the zone plan and zoning ordinance. So even though, for example, the governing body chose not to implement something, an applicant still has to address what the master plan recommends. And the most relevant issue, and hot off the press, is the master plan amendment of May 18th, 2018. That had,
18 or 17?
I believe it's 2017. That's the most recent amendment to the master plan, and that on page 7 said the following, recommendation number 14. Manufacturing should be removed as a permitted use in the SED zone. So now this is an example of where the governing body didn't fully adopt that recommendation. It adopted an aspect of it, and it said no concrete production, no asphalt production. What I want to emphasize is I looked at the record when that master plan was adopted by the planning board, and first of all, there was healthy discussion during the planning board. If you read the transcript of it, you know, should we prohibit all manufacturing? Some. There was a reference to 3 production uses. Initially in the transcript, they were unnamed. What 3 are you talking about? And it turns out that the chairman at the time clarified that the 3 active uses at the time were Stavola, Eastern Concrete, and Anchor Concrete. So those were the 3 that were specifically mentioned. And I'll talk about that later. But again, there's a lot of talk about there were 3 uses that were discussed. Let me put that in perspective. At the end of the day, if the zoning ordinance is clearly written and understandable, you don't necessarily have to look at the master plan to know what it means. In this case, if you look at the prohibition, the foundation for it is there was a lot of discussion in the planning board, in the master plan, about the detrimental effects of concrete and asphalt production. There was healthy discussion on the record about the impacts of those uses. Of course, after looking at the series of master plans, I looked at the zoning ordinance, and I've already covered this by describing Exhibit 018, and that since 1963, following that year, asphalt production was not permitted in the SED zone.
In what year was that?
It started in September 9th of 1963.
We didn't have an SED zone at that time.
That was an industrial zone, as I described. And initially, in 1963, this property was not in an industrial zone. And so in 63, the ordinance on page 44 of the 1957 ordinance, it read, provided that no lot shall be used or no structure shall be erected, altered, or occupied in the industrial zone for any asphalt batching plant, asphalt mixing plant, or asphalt manufacturing plant. Now, shortly thereafter, I believe within about a year, this property was placed into the industrial zone. So that prohibition applied to this property. And in my opinion, all of the zoning subsequent to that date did not permit the production of asphalt. There was at no time where it was considered either a permitted or a conditionally permitted use. The focus of this application is on the big variance, the D1 variance. The applicant is proposing a use that everyone here agrees with is not a permitted use in the zone. And it has been recently clarified by the governing body adopting an ordinance. It has been interpreted by the Board of Adjustment that this is a use that's not permitted, and indeed the applicant's planner conceded that this is a D1 Medici case. There is another variance that gives this board jurisdiction, and that's the height limit on the 6 silos that go to 90 feet in height. This is clearly more than 10% and 10 feet over the height limit. They're considered a principal component of the applicant's application. And indeed, they certainly have an impact because of their visual nature. They're taller than the tree line, and they could be seen potentially from different locations. Even though the applicant is proposing some berms and some landscaping all along the front, the answer is that's not going to be a solid shield like a highway shield. You will be able at times to see these units. And because this is a centrally located property, it, in my opinion, influences the other properties in the SED zone. The other aspect of the 6 silos is that not only are they big and equipment looking, they add to the capabilities of the plant. The applicant presented to you a business plan that they're expect to produce 200,000 tons a year. And there has been testimony by others that essentially saying, well, why are you building such a big plant? And the applicant says, well, we're only proposing to construct 3 at the moment. Well, but they are asking for automatic approval of 6. And while they are big, tall, can be seen from different distances, and they're not inherently beneficial uses like a water tank, they add to the production capabilities of this use. And while the applicant says that the applicant's representative says, well, this means more efficient operation. I can produce it during the daytime and store it at night. But the answer is they add to the capabilities of this use in terms not only of volume, and the objectors have suggested that this plant can accommodate 1 million tons a year, but they also add to the variety of products that can be handled, can be produced on the site. And they also suggest that this is certainly amenable to state contracts. And again, that brings into the feature of nighttime activity, which would not be true with, let's say, the production of concrete products such as pipes. And there are ancillary variances. You know, there was discussion about and then some of them are waivers about fence height, the width of one of the driveways, the fact that there are accessory uses in the front. But this is fundamentally a Medici case, the hardest case to get because it's not an inherently beneficial use. And I know the board has heard about the case ad infinitum, but I just want to emphasize an aspect of the case. In the Medici case, I think it was South Plainfield, if I recall correctly, but the Board of Adjustment kept on granting variances for hotels. And the issue came up of, you know, is there a demand for a hotel or not? But at the end of the day, because the governing body didn't change the zoning ordinance, and because even with a re-examination, the planning board re-examined it and didn't recommend any changes to it, because of the lack of changes, the court said, in order to grant a D1 variance, you need an enhanced burden of proof. So they upped the bar, and that was because it just wasn't changed for a number of years. And even after all these variants were granted, clearly, you know, the governing body was aware that new hotels were being built, but because the governing body refused or declined or did not change the zone, that was what's triggered, in my opinion, the enhanced burden of proof. Here we have, I'll call it Medici 2.0. It's not that this is an old zone that never changed. The answer is, as recently as within a year or so ago, the government body significantly amended it to clarify that the manufacturing of asphalt and concrete is prohibited. So, in my opinion, that's why I called it Medici 2.0. It is, one might argue, an even higher standard than the original Medici case, because the governing body expressed its will and the planning board expressed its will. The planning board was even a little broader. They said no manufacturing. But the governing body took a midway position. But there's no doubt that they need a D1 variance. The change was hot off the press, both in terms of the planning board's recommendation and the governing body's recommendation. So, what are the standards of the Medici case? You have to, like any use variance, you have to demonstrate that one of the purposes of the municipal land use law is advanced, and you have to show that there is particular suitability. And there was some discussion, let me finish. And then you have to prove the negative criteria under the enhanced burden of proof, which is it's not substantially detrimental to the public good. That's things like traffic, and does not substantially impair the intent and purpose of the zone plan, which is the master plan and the zoning ordinance. There was a clarification of what particularly suitable was in this Price versus Himeji case. And it said that you don't have to prove that it's the only site in town that can be used. There might be another site, but you still have to show peculiar suitability. And I would contend that the case also says you have to show that there's a reasonable need for this for this use. That's part of the peculiar suitability test, in my opinion.
Peculiar or particular?
They're both the same.
I'm sorry, I missed the question. I heard the answer.
When I say the Himeji case, it's particular suitability, but I believe there's case law that says that's the same as peculiar suitability. They're essentially the same meaning in terms of the legal standard.
Did in your judgment, the Price-Himeji case suggest that need has to be proven for
Yes.
particular suitability?
Yes. Perhaps I should read a quote from the case. Quote, there must be a finding, let's see. Okay. The court said that, quote, detailed factual findings that distinguish the property from surrounding sites and demonstrate a need for the proposed use may help to establish that the property is particular suitable.
And just, I'm not objecting. I just,
Then he has no right to speak at
oh,
this
come
point.
on.
He
What-
can
what- what-
cross-examine
what-
later,
what-
or he
okay,
can object
just
now.
put an
He
objection.
can't just
Fine,
talk.
then I object.
Okay, place it
There
on.
you go, Mr. Doyle. I object. Can Mr. Steck please tell the reference to the citation he just read
Right.
from? For the record?
I don't have the complete, but this is the Price versus Himeji case in, I believe, Union City.
Okay, I'm asking
I'll
for.
provide you.
No,
as you-
I'm asking for Mr. Steck to provide the reference to the citation he just read from.
At a point, I will either look it up at my computer or look at the Cox manual and give you the citation, but it's a fairly well-known case. I don't know the citation for Medici either, but I know what it says.
I think Mr. Butler's just looking for the page reference.
That's
We
all-
all
that's
know
all I was
Price
looking
versus
for.
Himeji.
Yeah.
I believe, if
Yes,
I'm not
that's,
incorrect.
it was really just for identification.
Right, no, I agree with that.
The point I want to say is that the court recognized that the issue of a need for use can be part of the evaluation of whether something is particularly suited or peculiarly suited.
Take a break.
There is also, I don't know if it's surfaced yet, another relevant case,
Mr. Doyle, we're going to take a 10-minute break here. I got people that need to go to the restroom.
okay.
Okay.
The zoning board will now reconvene.
Probably the order that you went in.
You know, that quote said that it may help establish.
Yes, yes.
Okay, Mr. Doyle.
Mr. Steck, when we left for the break, we were starting to move into the zoning requirements under 4055 D70 D1, a use variance. What is the applicant's, who has the burden of proof?
Well, first of all, the applicant has the burden of proof. If this is the best application on earth, but there's no testimony provided by the applicant, the board doesn't have the ability to approve it. So it's solely on the shoulders of the applicant to provide the evidence that the statutory criteria have been satisfied.
And certainly the applicant came in with a lot of expert testimony in terms of noise and traffic and engineering.
Yes.
But all of that ultimately had to be analyzed by the planner.
That's correct.
And you read her testimony as to having to draw upon all of those earlier testimonies.
That's correct.
And in order to prove it, as she correctly analyzed, she had to first show the positive criteria were met.
Yes.
And where are the positive criteria to be found?
In the purpose section in the miscellaneous law, NJSA 4055 D-2.
And she found three in particular.
Yes. She cited purpose G, M, and H.
And what is G?
G talks about to provide sufficient space in an appropriate location for a variety of uses that include industrial uses, according to their respective environmental requirements in order to meet the needs of all New Jersey citizens. I paraphrased that.
How do you view the proofs that were given as meeting or not meeting that particular purpose?
The applicant's planner put a lot of weight on the fact that this is essentially a continuation of a prior use that she characterized as being similar. I have some disagreement with that because, first of all, the prior use ceased operation. It was not in operation when the applicant purchased the property. It was not in operation when the master plan was most recently amended, and it was not in operation when the zoning ordinance was amended to prohibit the manufacture of concrete and asphalt. The answer is that the governing body at the end of the day is the arbiter of an appropriate location. And I'll just return to the first page of my 022 exhibit where I highlighted all of the SED zones. And again, the focus, the rationale for more intensive uses in the SED zones where they had, according to the master plan, they had connection to highways that could accommodate the traffic, and to rail lines. This is the only SED zone in the municipality that does not have access to a county or a state highway. And while it is traversed by a railroad line, it's inactive. So that the fundamental reason for making this appropriate for more intensive uses is no longer there. And that, with number one, the recommendation of the master plan and the clarification of the ordinance, lead me to the conclusion that this does not encourage the most appropriate use of land.
When you mention highways, Route 33 is down the road a piece about a mile.
Or up the road a piece if you're going north. But it's the driveway to this property in the center is, I estimate, 5,400 feet away. And number one, that's a goodly distance. The connection with Route 33 is an F level of surface today, and you can, it doesn't get better by adding more trucks. Is the answer. And the board is aware there's a substantial disagreement about the number of trucks that would be generated by this facility, because the applicant is scaling it on its business model, but that's not reflective of the capability of the plant. And number two, you're going through a low-density residential zone with 20-some-odd houses. So this does not have direct access to a state highway. And indeed, the land use impacts flow along the street. While, for example, the state noise code doesn't govern noisy trucks on the street, someone living in a house doesn't know whether there's a state noise code or not, whether it applies. The answer is there is noise generated from trucks. These will be across the front doors of houses that front on Yellowbrook Road. And you add to that the difficulty of controlling trucks that travel on Cranberry.
In your judgment, was sufficient proof, given the burden of proof shown to prove as a positive reason, a special condition, G?
In my opinion, that it does not support the granting of this application. In fact, a careful reading of the policies and laws, plus the characteristics of the property, allow me to come to the opposite conclusion.
And now, as the applicant's planner correctly noted, you don't need to prove them all. You don't need to prove all of the ones you said were proven. You just have to prove one, right?
That's correct.
What was the second?
Purpose M was referenced, which reads, to encourage coordination of the various public and private procedures and activities shaping land development with a view of lessening the cost of such development and to the more efficient use of land.
In the proofs that Ms. Cafone gave as to meeting that?
They were a little unclear as I read the record, but cited potentially was that the applicant was, I guess, proposing some sustainable aspects to its asphalt production, and I'm not sure what those were. There was a talk about reducing the amount of impervious coverage by the application, and I guess a new plant might be more efficient, and the fact that there are 6 silos allows more efficiency to its operation. But that doesn't address the issue of the use itself. You could have an extremely efficient nuclear power plant or an extremely efficient state jail. I mean, that doesn't, the answer is, in my opinion, that you have to look at the nature of the use. And just because the applicant runs an efficient, non-permitted use operation does not address in my opinion, to any significant degree, the advancement of purpose M. Any use can be run more efficiently. I think you have to link it to the nature of the site. How is it more efficient to construct an asphalt plant that has potentially 5 times the volume of what the applicant thinks it needs?
The third purpose suggested was H?
Yes. And that is to encourage the location and design of transportation routes which will promote the free flow of traffic while discouraging location of such facilities and routes which result in congestion or blight.
To be sure, Ms. Beam suggested that might not have been proven.
Yes.
Separately from her comments, do you think it was proven?
In my opinion, it was not. There is an acknowledgement that the intersection of Yellowbrook Road and Route 33 fails at the moment. The applicant has suggested that they'd be willing to add a pro rata contribution, and I don't know what that is, 1% of the cost. The answer is it's not going to be done by contributing a small portion of it. It is a T intersection. It is unsignalized. It is a failure today. The approval of this use, even without the recycling center, is going to clearly overburden the site. The geometrics of it are difficult because of the telephone pole the power pole that's there. There is nothing on the record that suggests that purpose H is advanced. And indeed, if you adopt the position of some of the objectors' experts that the truck production has been under-predicted, it is clearly not a purpose that is advanced. And I'll return to the parallel issue. While the applicant has tried to address noise generated from the site, and there's some disagreement of whether the appropriate factors have been input into the model in terms of truck generation, it's clear that when those trucks go on the street, while it's exempt from the state noise code, they're going to produce exactly the same amount of noise as they would on the site. And in fact, because of the nature of this operation and the scale of it, and the likelihood that it will cater to state contracts, there is going to be another dimension in terms of the nighttime activity, which in my opinion says that one cannot credibly say that purpose H is advanced.
To the degree that the positive criteria were not met, however one meets the negative criteria would be irrelevant, because not meeting the positive criteria, given the burden of proof on the applicant, would cause the application to be denied.
Yeah, they're independent findings. If this were a SICA case, you would balance the positive and the negatives. In this case, it's a Medici case, and if the applicant cannot legitimately promote a public purpose under the municipal land use law, the application fails on that basis alone.
When you mentioned a SICA case, you're talking about an inherently beneficial use.
Yes, like a school or a hospital.
This is not that.
This is not a school or a hospital.
Okay. Or any other inherently beneficial use.
That's correct.
To the degree that the board could determine that the positive criteria were somehow, notwithstanding your analysis, met, it is appropriate to look, therefore, at the negative criteria?
Well, before you get to there, you have to show that it's particularly suited. And here we have an SED zone that doesn't have the prime characteristics of rail access and highway access. It's the only SED zone in Howell that doesn't have any of those characteristics. So one could argue, number one, this zone itself is particularly unsuitable, but when you add to the fact that you have to travel through residential zones to get the state highway, that there is no use of the railroad line, and frankly, that the governing body has determined that it is not to be permitted, in my opinion, one cannot conclude that this is particularly suitable. And it is different from the historic uses. First of all, the prior use stopped at the end of 2014, and functionally it stopped earlier, and it was different than the production of asphalt. It produced a product that could be manufactured inside a building. The product was finished and it's stored on the property. That's a whole different ballgame than manufacturing asphalt.
Ms. Cofone testified on October 29th on page 46. There was on this site, quote, operated a plant for 50 years, and it's easy to conclude it's particularly suited.
In my opinion, because the uses were not similar and because the proposed use is not permitted, whereas the prior use producing products was a permitted use, one cannot conclude that it is particularly suited, the proposed use.
Now, the Medici standard requires a reconciliation because you have to prove that it does not do substantial detriment to the zone plan, zoning ordinance, or public good.
Yes.
With respect to, there's some easy ways to prove that. For instance, a unthought of use.
Yeah, there's a footnote in the Medici decision that said if the use didn't have currency, the governing body wouldn't have thought of it, whether it should be permitted or not, and one could suggest, well, maybe the enhanced burden of proof doesn't apply if it's a new use that, again, wasn't really contemplated by the drafters of the ordinance.
Or that there was some new development, says Medici, in the area that changed it so dramatically.
Yes, an example is there are a few auto bodies now that only use water-based paint. Someone drafting an ordinance controlling auto body spray painting 10 years ago would not have considered that. So there are developments that can change the mix, but the answer is I think the governing body knew what an asphalt plant was.
So there was no easy route to reconciliation.
In my opinion, not only is there no easy route, but it cannot be reconciled.
Why is that your conclusion?
Because there is consistency with the master plan. There is a historical consistency that asphalt production was not permitted in this zone. There is a recent consideration by the planning board that was even broader, no longer permit manufacturing, and there was a recent zoning ordinance adoption that specifically referenced the proposed use by category, the manufacture of asphalt.
You're aware that Ms. Cofone on December 17, 2018, made significant reference to the master plan hearing that recommended the prohibition of asphalt manufacturing as a permitted use.
Yes, I'm aware of that. I read that transcript.
And you read the transcript of her testimony?
Yes.
And you read the testimony of the master plan to which she referred?
Yes.
You're familiar with the fact that she referred to the testimony, and I'm referring specifically to page 40, lines 11, 12, and forward. On that transcript, meaning the master plan transcript on page 20, this is Deputy Mayor Nicastro is saying, I think that we came up with the asphalt and concrete as typically you see these manufacturing plants, and we have our fair share. We have, I think, 3.
Mr. Dahl,
Yes.
can I ask a few questions? Hey, I'm going to ask you, because you had made a couple of statements. Was this under cross-examination?
Was Mrs. Cofone at that time being cross-examined?
Yes, sir.
Yes, she was.
Okay, so these were responses to cross-examination that you had asked her certain questions, correct?
Yes, her direct testimony was on October 29th, and she was not cross-examined at that time, I do not believe. And between then and December 17th, I entered the case, and so I examined her.
Okay, now, didn't you ask her to read certain portions of that?
Read certain portions of that?
Of the transcript there?
Yes, and I did not on that date because I did not have before me the May 18th, 2017 Planning Board transcript.
Okay, some of that wasn't her direct testimony, was it? Was that just her reading? But I know it comes up on the record, but isn't that her reading a transcript of that?
It was, first of all, I assume you have in your mind a distinction between whether it was on direct examination or cross-examination.
That's why I'm trying to...
And I don't think there is a difference. It was still sworn testimony, and I should have a right to look at it, number one.
I'm asking the question.
Yes.
Did you ask her to read from that transcript?
No, she volunteered her memory of that transcript. And at the beginning, she said, I've read that transcript very carefully, and I've gone over it, and she testified to her clear knowledge of having read that transcript.
Okay, I'm just
Thank
want to
you.
clarify.
So back to the question. You recall that testimony with respect to there being the number 3 related to plants mentioned by Deputy Mayor Nicastro.
Yes, I read that in the transcript.
And she subsequently testified those 3 plants were clearly identified, correct?
Yes.
In your review of the master plan minutes, were any specific sites, addresses, lot and blocks, or uses by trade name mentioned?
No, there was simply the mentioning the number 3. There was no identification of which uses were included within that 3.
During that hearing on December 17th, there was mention made of 3 plants, was there not?
Yes.
And reading from page 69, this is the curb pipe plant. You've got Northeastern, which is a concrete facility across the street. And you've got the Kerr concrete plant, which is the applicant site. Anchor Block Hill is up the wall, by the water. So that commentary referred to 4 sites.
Yes. So
was there anything that distinguished?
Including the Stavola site would make 4.
Right. And I didn't read further. Stavola's plant is kind of kitty corner from there. Is there anything that distinguishes? That's 4 plants.
Right. But at the time of the discussion, what's interesting is that, again, the subject property was not in operation. So if you were talking about what was operating at the time, it's Anchor, Stavola, and Northeastern.
So when there was reference made to 3 plants, the 3 operating plants at the time of her testimony and the adoption of the master plan recommendation and the hearing that preceded it and the ordinance, there are only those 3 plants operate.
That's correct. And just to put it in perspective, that was discussion that occurred initially when the master plan was being amended. Those discussions did not appear in the master plan amendment. There was, discussions are discussions. Sometimes you adopt policies, sometimes you reject them. But the answer is, at the end of the day, the outcome of those discussions was that the planning board recommended the deletion of manufacturing as a permitted use in the SED zones. And again, when the governing body adopted its most recent amendment to this zone, or not the most recent one, the one that prohibited asphalt production, it was considered to be substantially consistent with that master plan recommendation. So what I'm trying to imply is the discussions that occurred to produce the policy are not dispositive of what the policy was. It's 100% clear in the ordinance amendment what the intention of the governing body was, and it's 100% clear in the master plan amendment that was adopted by the planning board.
Again, drawing upon her testimony to compare how you would have analyzed it, the meeting minutes that preceded that adoption were very clear that there are different types of SED zones, different types of manufacturing. And that even further, the town to do further study to see what type of manufacturing should go everywhere. Was there any vote taken to recommend any further study before the master plan made its vote?
No.
The planning board?
No, there was not.
She concludes in that part to read those and divorce them from the meeting minutes that were led up to that, to me, is improper and disingenuous. Did you see anything that required a reading of the minutes to find out what the board meant?
No, I think, again, what the board, there are a range of discussions, and there was healthy discussion and a recognizing of what the nature of the SED, they're not multiple SED zones, but they have different characters, different characteristics. But the point is that the discussions that led up to the decision don't have the same weight as the decision that was voted on by the board and expressed as an amendment to the master plan.
In my questioning of Ms. Cafone, I suggested to her, and you'll recall the testimony, please, that what would happen if, for instance, Arms came in and wanted, on the basis of that they've been in operation, why couldn't they get it? And she said, well, they wouldn't be one of the three. Is there any basis for grandfathering?
The number 3 was just a fact, one of many facts that was observed in producing a policy recommendation by the planning board. It has no bearing on the merits of a variance or the possibility of the variance or the eligibility of some applicant, in my opinion.
Mr. Doyle? Jim?
Yeah, Mr. Chair. I know there's been a lot of conversation about the proceedings at the planning board with respect to the master plan. And I just wanted the board to be aware, and I feel like I'm more than capable of having this conversation considering I was physically there and I wrote it. When Deputy Mayor Nicastro threw out the number 3, it was a guess. It wasn't dispositive that there were only 3, no more than 3. It says, I think 3. And I think there has been countless hours of testimony regarding 3, and I just want the board to be aware. If I had said, no, there's 6, he would have been like, okay, fine, there's 6. It wasn't, there's only 3 and there will be no more. So I just want to be very clear on that, because even, it says, we have, I think, 3. That's exactly what the line says on page 20. So I just want the board to be aware of that, because I don't think and I physically was there, and we were discussing a recommendation initially that was in the master plan to eliminate manufacturing in its entirety. And the conversation narrowed it down over the course of the public hearing for this master plan amendment. But I just wanted the record to be very clear that under no circumstances was that number 3 thrown out as this is the be-all and end-all number. It was basically a guess.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, let me
Yes.
make it clear, I wasn't at that hearing.
Okay.
And I have to concede Ms. Beam was at that hearing.
Yes.
But neither of us could read Mr. Nicastro's mind. All we have to read, the board, Mr. Butler, myself, and your professionals, is one thing.
Yeah.
The transcript.
Jennifer?
Yeah, I mean,
Can you read that one sentence, please?
we have, comma, I think 3. That's exactly what it says.
Okay.
In its
Thank you.
entirety, I think what came up with the asphalt and concrete is typically you see these manufacturing plants in rural suburban communities like ours, and we have our fair share. We have, I think, 3.
I think.
Which is exactly what I just said.
But I wanted to put it in the context. I know it's
Yeah, but
a
if you
part of
take,
what you said.
if you take the whole, not just this little portion, and I think you and I had this discussion too, back during the cross-examination. You got to take the whole, if you're going to introduce something, you got to read from the whole portion, because there was a lot of other discussion in those minutes than what we're just focusing on. But let's move on forward, because we beat this dog enough, put it that way.
Yeah.
Let's just move forward, please.
I will continue my questioning, and to the degree you think it's off track, I'll give you why I think it's on track, but I appreciate the interjection of that record. And if that record is to be a part of it, I may well continue to question from it. But let me ask you about the transcript of Ms. Capone's testimony. Ms. Beam is correct that 3 was only used once in the planning board.
That's correct.
How was used during the testimony?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Did Ms. Capone use the number 3?
Yes.
Did she distinguish between those 3 and others who would come in for a use variance?
She made a distinction that they might not be eligible because they weren't one of the unnamed 3. And it seems to me that on its surface, if you, number one, even if it were true, you'd have to identify what the 3 was, and it wasn't during the initial planning board hearing. But it is, at the end of the day, irrelevant, because it was discussion that led to a very clear public policy statement by the planning board and legislation by the governing body.
Now, with respect to that discussion before the planning board, the chairman and Ms. Beam made it clear that it was meant to foster a discussion.
Yes.
And they had before them a previous written starting point to have that discussion with respect to whether manufacturing would or would not be.
Yes, there was a memo produced by the staff that went through the whole history of the zone.
And did that staff report make a recommendation?
Well, the one I was referring to was simply a history. That one did not make a recommendation. It simply detailed the history of the industrial to the SED zone.
Ms. Beam just testified that the board reviewed it and pared it down, I think was what she said. Did the recommendation that manufacturing be removed as a permitted use in the SED zone change in any way by the master plan's recommendation?
You'll have to ask that one more time. Sorry.
Was the point at which the planning board started that hearing as to what to do about manufacturing in this zone change from beginning to end?
It did not. They had trouble with manufacturing, and at the end of the day, there was, again, discussion about the different character of the different SED zones, but at the end of the day, there was a clear, uniform recommendation that all manufacturing was recommended to be deleted from all of the SED zones.
And I would ask you to read paragraph 14 of the master plan reexamination dated May 2017, signed by Jennifer Beam.
And again, the heading for this section, there are 14 points, and the heading for it anyway, there are a list of recommendations, and number 14, the last one, is, quote, "Manufacturing should be removed as a permitted use in the SED zone."
There was also at that time a revision to the land use element.
Yes.
And for the board, how does the land use element figure into the master plan?
It is the rational basis for the zoning ordinance.
And was there at the same time a change made in the land use element in May of 2017?
There was there was a recommendation for health uses, but again, that recommendation was identical. The recommendation was that manufacturing should be prohibited from the SED zone. That was a broader recommendation than what the governing body accepted.
And to state it word for word, so...
It's the same thing. Number 14, manufacturing should be removed as a permitted use in the SED zone.
So then that recommendation went to the governing body.
Yes.
Governing body introduce an ordinance on first reading?
Yes.
What did it do with manufacturing in this zone?
It only picked out two uses that would be prohibited, and those were the manufacturing of asphalt and the manufacturing of concrete.
And the manufacturing of a number of other products or types of manufacturing were to be permitted.
There was no change to the historic policy of the treatment of those product-producing uses in the SED zone.
So they changed the planning board recommendation.
Yes, they were narrower than what the planning board recommended.
And as a result, any ordinance has to go back to the planning board to see whether it's consistent with their recommendation.
Yes, there's a requirement that it either be consistent or there be an explanatory resolution, and this was found to be consistent, substantially consistent.
And at that time, then, it goes back to the governing body for second reading.
That's correct.
And that ordinance was adopted.
Yes.
Now, it is imperative under Medici that given that history, even if the ordinance was adopted 10 years earlier, they'd have to reconcile it.
Well, at the time of adoption of the ordinance, there has to be some reconciliation.
Let me state it differently. In proving the Medici standard for reconciliation in order to obtain a D1 use variance, you have to put together, here's the zoning ordinance, here's the master plan, here's what we want to do. That's what you have to reconcile?
Yeah, the word, again, an essential component of a Medici case is that the board must find that approval would not result in substantial impairment of the zone plan, which is the master plan, and the zoning ordinance. So that's the reconciliation aspect of it in terms of public policy and legislation. And there are also, as I mentioned, you have to demonstrate that there's no substantial detriment to the public good, which is like noise, dust, traffic, and the like.
Mr. Doyle, I need to caution you at this point in time. We've listened to about 45 minutes on Medici. We've gone through the master plan. By my calculation, and again, not trying to curtail your expert's opinion, he has given the same opinion at least 5 or 6 different times based on different questions you've asked, and we have the same opinion. It's becoming cumulative, it's becoming repetitive, and I think it's time to move on to another area. That's just for the record, and again, it's becoming unduly repetitive, and there's no need for this.
I think that the limitation of my right to examine my own witness now and to match the planner who testified is appropriate. I don't think I was anywhere near as repetitive as you suggested, and I think I have the right to continue with questioning.
And I'm not suggesting you don't, but I would suggest that I completely
let's move on.
disagree with that. We need to move on.
We need to move. And
As I was told,
as the chairman of the board, I have the right to ask you to move forward. I do. And let's move forward. This is repetitive. I've heard it. I agree with Mr. Tropoli here.
do you think reconciliation was proved in this case?
In my opinion, it was not. There is a dramatic 180-degree opposite issue. It's clear that the governing body, in my opinion, knew what it was doing when it prohibited asphalt plants. It was it's a reason. It has the presumption of validity by law, but it was a reasonable conclusion given the planning board's analysis and recommendation in the master plan.
Does the fact that it was as recent as it was add to that?
It does, because the governing body is aware of asphalt plants as they exist today as opposed to 50 years ago.
Let me move on. You used the word before from the Medici case, usurpation.
Yes.
What does that mean in a zoning planning sense and for consideration by this zoning board?
If it is clear what the policy of the governing body is, in this case it is, if the Board of Adjustment grants a variance that is directly contrary to that, it is arguable that it is acting in a legislative fashion, which it doesn't have the power to do. So that's the argument that this is an usurpation of the governing body's prerogative. They're the only ones that can write the law. They say, we don't want asphalt plants in this zone. If you grant a variance for an asphalt plant, in my opinion, given the proofs that are currently on the record and the history of the use of this property, that's an usurpation of the authority of this board.
So you're saying, hang on, you're saying this board doesn't have the jurisdiction to grant a variance?
In certain situations,
No,
yes.
answer my question.
In certain situations, yes.
In this case, we do not have the authority to grant a variance.
In my opinion, that is I have two conclusions. Number one, the applicant hasn't met the burden of proof. But number two, I think it is equally powerful to say this is so dramatically afield from what the planning board and the governing body's policy was that it could be productively argued, and I'll let the attorneys argue it, that this board didn't have the jurisdiction to grant this.
I just wanted that on the record. Now, my other question is to back this up. I know you went through a timeline with your testimony, but Stavola Leeson had appealed to this board under an interpretation because the applicant was before the planning board, correct?
Initially.
Initially, this is correct. Okay, did you read the determination that the board gave for the reasonings?
The board.
There was only one reason the board upheld the interpretation. Are you aware of that?
I read the decision.
What was the decision?
That the answer is that the interpretation was that this zone always prohibited the production of asphalt.
But for what date was that?
Mr. Chairman, with due respect, the question calls for what did a 20-some page resolution say? It said 20 pages worth. I would think it better, and I don't know that this is in evidence, that it be put in evidence if it's going to be asked about.
He had testified earlier that he read that decision.
Right.
Okay, I'm just asking a simple question of that decision. What was the sole reason that the applicant had to come for a variance?
Mr. Chairman, I've asked that this be put in evidence and that it will answer the question.
We don't need, I'm just asking a simple question. He testified that he read that. That's all I'm asking.
The
I'm not
answer is, I
asking,
read it, and the conclusion was that it is not a permitted use in the zone, under the language of the zone at that time.
at what time, though? That's what I'm asking.
At the time the applicant applied to the planning board. The planning board didn't have jurisdiction because of this interpretation.
But for what reason? That's what I'm asking.
Well, why don't I'll read from page 19. How about that, which has the, now therefore be it resolved. So
Okay.
that's the,
That's fine.
there are other pages
I
of
understand, but-
findings, but if you'd like, would you like me to read that
Please.
into the record?
You can read that.
Okay. This is on page 19 of the resolution number 18-01, memorialization of interpretation on the application of Stavola Leasing LLC, Block 177, Lot 62.01. Now, therefore be it resolved by the Howell Township Zoning Board of Adjustment, based on the foregoing conclusions of law, that approval of the application of Stavola Leasing LLC for an interpretation from the Howell Township Zoning Board pursuant to NJSA 4055D-70, small b in parentheses, that the application of L&L Paving Company, Inc., presently pending before the Township's Planning Board, case SP 1026A, for preliminary and final major site plan approval to construct a bituminous concrete, in parentheses, asphalt manufacturing facility and a Class B recycling facility on Lot 62.01, Block 177, in the Special Economic SED Zone, requires use variance approval as concrete or asphalt manufacturing does not constitute a permitted principle in the use in the SED zone, comma, B, and is hereby granted.
Correct. Now, the only reason this board, and I know you can go through there and find it, the only reason this board sent them back was because of a 1963 ordinance that stated, council never rescinded that ordinance. That's the only reason they went back to the planning board, because their planning board application predated the planning board and the ordinance that followed. If we would have sent them back to the planning board, they would have been based on the existing ordinance. Is that correct?
It's, when you file an application, it's because of the time of decision rule that currently exists.
Correct.
It would have to be reviewed under the ordinance at the time of filing a complete application.
Okay, correct. But what I'm saying is that determination was based on that 1963 ordinance.
It was based on the ordinance that existed at the time the applicant filed the application.
No, sir, I'm going to disagree. The zoning board, whenever the interpretation come before us, we did not know that that ordinance existed. Mr. Howard found that ordinance. That's the only reason we said that they needed a variance.
But it was an industrial zone at that time. The answer is, as I understand the law, the ordinance in effect at the time you file a complete application is the ordinance that the application is reviewed under.
I totally agree. But at that time, it would have been before the planning board at that time.
No, since
Okay,
1963.
okay, we'll move
the
forward.
ordinance expresses the will of the Board of Adjustment on that interpretation.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman, given the amount of discussion, I think the record should not be silent on having the entire
well,
resolution.
if you appeal, then if this is favor, then bring that to court. Let a judge look at that. I don't want to enter it into our record. Because we all know what that record is. And your planner gave us a breakdown right here. In this ordinance of 1957, the very first item on his document is the reason the zoning board granted the interpretation. That's the only reason. And I mean, you can go back and read the transcripts of those meetings. The only reason was because that 1963, because I put the finding of fact on the record. And the only reason we sent it back was because of that. And the reason I stated, and you can go back to the minutes of that, not necessarily the resolution, the only reason I stated that I voted yes was because of that ordinance. It never was rescinded by any councils from 1957 to present. That's the only reason.
Your historical knowledge is certainly significant, but it is personal to you.
It's not personal. It's what transpired. It's in the record. That's not personal.
And I would like to have that part of the record that's been now
Okay,
talked about.
then pull up, you'll have your opportunity to pull up those minutes and put the whole record in. I know the resolution's there, but I know what the discussion, you're bringing up a transcript of a discussion of the master plan, Councilman Nicastro and everything else. I'm just telling you what the discussion was, to the best of my knowledge, when we had that interpretation. That's all I'm saying. Mr. Trop.
I don't think the board has to defend its analysis from the interpretation. And quite frankly, this application's here, it was filed, the ordinance that controls is on the books now, and we should all move on.
Okay.
Period.
Fine.
Thank you.
Mr. Steck, you mentioned the time of decision rule and the time of application rule. The time of decision rule was the old law.
I misspoke. The current law is the time of application. It used to be the time of decision, but the answer is when someone files a complete application, the ordinance that is operative at that time is the one that governs the review of that application. So it's the time of application. I apologize.
So the decision we've just talked about by the board preceded according to the chronology, that resolution was January 22nd, 2018.
Yes.
And that was based upon the ordinances by definition that existed before 2017.
Yes.
One moment. You mentioned back before particularity of the site and the triangularity of it and the length of it. And if we could put up I think it's 019 or 020. It was a chart. Thank you. Yes. What percentage of land in this zone is occupied by this applicant?
I think it's close to 11%.
And what percentage of the frontage?
Well, if you take the complete length of the SED zone along Yellowbrook Road, this is, the frontage of the applicant is 39% of that length.
Do those numbers have any?
Mr. Jones, can I just go back for 1 second?
Sure.
You're saying, you're saying linear frontage is what percent?
39, if you take the distance from the furthest southern portion of the SED zone to the furthest northern portion, all right?
Yeah.
And in some cases on the other side of the street, there's a different zone, because they're not.
I understand.
The subject frontage is 39% of that linear length.
So your table then is incorrect? Because your table says 17.4%, and this says existing land uses, SED zone, Yellowbrook Road.
That's my calculation that I did independently, looking at the aerial photograph and scaling, and the applicant has the exact measurement of the frontage. I did the total bottom to top of the zone, and again, that's the visual impression that someone gets driving down Yellowbrook Road. This property amounts to, and it's mathematics, 1,800 square feet is 39% of that whole length.
So you have the total frontage of the zone at 10,740 feet.
That's both sides of the street.
Understand?
So
But it also counts as frontage.
Yes, but I just told you when you drive down the street, I am saying that this has a significant portion of the frontage, and it's right in the middle of the zone. It is the most, in my opinion, visually prominent property in this entire SED zone.
So I'll go back. So basically, this number, the 17.4%, based on your testimony, is not accurate.
No, it's accurate for what it is, but my emphasis to the board is the visual impact of this property, and it is very large in the zone. They're apples and oranges.
I respectfully don't agree, but we'll just move on.
Okay.
It's not really worth it.
That's right.
Mr. Chairman, give me 1 minute, please.
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay.
Cool. You're in good hands, my friend.
To your knowledge, Mr. Steck, was the interpretation this board gave ever challenged by way of litigation?
It was not challenged, nor was the ordinance amendment challenged that prohibited manufacturing plants.
For all the reasons you stated, do you feel that the negative criteria requirements have been met?
They have not.
And on an overall basis, if you were a board member, based upon what you know of the facts, what would you think would be the?
I'm objecting to
No,
that.
let me rephrase that. I understand that.
Please.
Let's strike that.
Your objection, well
Yeah.
phrased. Do you think that sufficient reasons have been given for the granting of this variance, taking the entirety of the applicant's case?
I do not think that there are statutory proofs that have been provided. And I think the applicant's planner mischaracterized aspects of this application, didn't know certain crucial aspects, at least it appeared so on the record. And I believe that not only have the statutory proofs not been presented, but in my independent opinion, that if this application is approved, it will substantially impair the intent and purpose of the master plan and the zoning ordinance, and it will be substantially detrimental to the public good, largely because of the intensification of this prohibited use, its impact on the remainder of the SED zone, and in my opinion, the underestimate by the applicant of the real impacts of this operation.
Nothing further.
Thank you.
Wait, 1 second, please.
Do you want me to cover what the co-phone said?
Yeah.
Or is that too nasty?
I don't think,
Okay,
no.
that's fine.
Okay.
Jennifer, that's it?
Subject to, if anything new occurs, I will, with very limited basis,
Okay.
ask to recall or redirect or anything else that would slow the process.
Jennifer.
You don't want to slow the process.
We're trying to move along.
Jennifer.
Yes. Without getting into
Excuse me, I want, Mr. Chairman, I'll sit.
Thank you. The only reason I say that, I can't pick you up on the mic.
I understand that. I didn't mean to cut off Jennifer, but I have had a colloquy with Mr. Tropoli, And I think it's necessary for me to put something on the record now, so I will be brief.
Okay.
At the conclusion of the applicant's planner's testimony, Ms. Beam, without being questioned, volunteered, as I recall, whether she volunteered or was asked, she gave an opinion that the applicant had proven its case and that the planner had proven its case. She is now going to say where she thinks our proofs are, to the degree that she, as well as every other person who has spoken in this matter, except for the attorneys, have been sworn. They are witnesses. And if she's going to give additional testimony, then for certainly I have the right to cross-examine her at a time and a place and a date of the board's allowance.
Mr. Tropoli.
I don't want to cut Mr. Doyle off, but yes, he's correct. We've had that discussion, and I respectfully disagree with everything he's just said. I've read the colloquy. The people sitting to my right are your consultants. There was no agreement between Ms. Beam and the applicant's planner whatsoever. Her job is to provide consultation for the board's review. She did not substitute her judgment as the 8th member of the zoning board. She didn't indicate, hey, I agree with Ms. Cafone. She simply said, these are the planning proofs. She's not a fact witness. She didn't offer testimony regarding the facts. And as a matter of fact, when she made her colloquy, Mr. Doyle didn't even see fit to object to it at that time. And that's in the record. So, for those reasons, Ms. Beam is not subject to cross-examination. There's at least 2 appellate division cases that I've looked at that were unpublished. As a matter of fact, I think one was with Mr. Gazarovski, who's here. But in any event, that will not be permitted. And you can take me up on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate the last comment, and we may have to, but as Mr. Butler asked, and I owe him the page citation, if I could have the benefit of those unpublished opinions, I would be most appreciative.
Okay. Ms. Beam.
And Mr. Tropoli was consistent. He told me that without reference to cases when I asked, and he's now telling the board the same thing.
And just for the record, the chair has said the same thing. My professionals are this board's professionals, and we're the only ones that will cross-examine them if we have questions. Ms. Beam, do you have questions?
I have a couple questions.
Oh, excuse me. I thought she was going to speak as...
No, sir. I want her to ask. She's my planner. She's the one that I'm going to depend on to tell me if he's speaking the truth or if he's pulling my leg. That's my planner. We did the same thing with Ms. Capone. She has questions.
I recall her being very harsh on Mr. Dean and Mr. Crossens to the point that they had to come back with a second, and in one case, I think a third report. So I hear you.
Yes, sir.
But I'll reserve what I think is fair and due process, and Mr. Tropoli may well disagree, as he has. Thank you.
Ms. Beam.
So P2 in your packet 022 shows the 2 aerial photographs. One is in 2013 and one is in 2016. Correct?
Yes.
And in your 018, which is your timeline, you indicate that February 2016 is when L&L entered into a purchase agreement to purchase this property.
I think it executed the agreement then, if I recall.
And the purchase was finalized in February 2016 for the subject property?
Yes.
Okay. So we have no idea. You don't have another photograph in between September 2013 and April 2016, do we?
That's correct.
So we have no idea when exactly any work that is represented earlier in your testimony was completed. It could have been completed in January of 2014. You have no idea, correct?
Correct.
So is it safe to say that intimating that this work was completed by the applicant was your opinion based on what?
Looking at the site was dormant, so I would not expect any changes to it. And changes occurred visually, at least from a satellite photo, when the applicant owned the property. What you're suggesting is maybe instead of being dormant, someone went in who didn't own the property and removed some vegetation. I suppose you could hypothesize that, but practically looking at the dates, it tells me that the site was being prepared for another use prior to the planning board approving the minor site plan.
Would it surprise you to know that when the concrete plant ceased operation, they broke up all their own concrete and spread it across the entire site?
I looked through all of the photographs that I could secure from Google Earth, and that would be logical to me, but the answer is, as far as I can tell, these photographs depict events that occurred before ownership and after ownership.
But you have absolutely no information to provide this board that would say to you who dealt with this property between the two photographs. That's just your assumption based upon...
My logical assumption is that the April 16th, 2016 photograph was in the same year that the minor site plan approval was granted. So it was very close to that date, but before the approval.
Well, one could argue that September 6, 2013 is almost a year, or actually a little over a year prior to the ceasing of operation, and perhaps in that year, 2014, the site could have been cleared. Correct?
This is not a criminal proceeding.
Well, I understand that, but you're making representation to the board. No, I'm going to speak now. I listened to you speak for 3.5 hours. So my personal opinion is that these aerial photographs do not make a representation of anything that the applicant's done, other than there's a picture in 2013, which predates the applicant taking over the property, and there's a picture in 2016. So I just say that the applicant is responsible for the clearing. I don't see any evidence of that, other than the opinion of this witness.
Well, let me abstract this from the applicant. All I can say is that at one time, when the site was dormant, there appeared to be a lot more green surfaces. Whoever did it, I'm not sure, but the amount of hard surface increased by someone in that period of time. The applicant seems to be putting a lot of weight over and over again, saying we're lessening the impervious coverage. In my opinion, someone, it might have been the prior owner, we don't know that exactly for sure, but someone increased the impervious coverage sometime before filing the application for L&L. And so I don't know exactly who did it, but I'm just making reasonable assumptions.
Okay. Thanks.
Now, all I want to say is that the amount of white area on the lower photograph is more than the amount of white area on the upper photograph.
And I don't disagree with that, but how it got there, nobody knows. And I just want to make that clear. Okay. Secondly, you spent quite a bit of time talking about the SED zone and how this site is inappropriate because it doesn't have access to rail. Can you name me one piece of property in the SED zone in the entire town that has direct access to rail?
There are rail lines that cross the other properties.
Correct.
This is the only site, this is the only site, first of all, that part of the this is the only SED zone that doesn't have access, it doesn't have a state highway or county highway running through it. My point is that without rail access, it makes sense that the planning board wanted to discourage manufacturing. That would be a component that would make sense to me.
I understand that, but that was not my question. So my question is, we spent a lot of time listening to how this area does not have direct access to rail. And while there are rail lines elsewhere in town, Can you give me an example of one SED property that directly has access to the rail line?
Objection to the question because it misstates the record. He
I-
testified that it has neither access to rail or...
That's not her question. Not her question at all.
There are rail lines that exist on Exhibit P1 of 022, and I'll grant you that our rail line is not active.
I'd like the record to reflect that something was just handed to Mr.
Yes.
Doyle from a member of the public. I'd like that member of the public to identify himself. and
Mr.
what was handed.
Gazarovski, prior counsel, brought to me a transcript. I think he has a perfect right to share that with me.
Okay.
I didn't hear the initial comment. Is that by you, Mr. Crosby?
No.
I said nothing, Mr.
Oh, Mr. Butler?
Yes.
I figured as much. I have a right to give my co-counsel
I
documents.
don't think he's cooking.
Now,
Are you now representing, again,
Yeah.
you said my co-counsel, is that correct? I think we need to straighten that out now. Mr. Gazarovski, would you come up, please?
I'm the attorney for the applicant.
Right, he had just made a comment about being
I
co-counsel.
have
Is that-
served as a consultative basis with Mr. Doyle, period.
Okay.
An item came up, I recalled part of it from when I was appearing as principal counsel, I brought it up to show it to him.
So you're entering your appearance as co-counsel?
No, I...
That's what you said. I'm co-counsel,
I was consulted with Mr. Doyle on this matter. I am serving as a consultant.
a consultant.
Oh,
Okay.
a member of the public.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Who came up and handed something to Mr.
Does
Doyle.
this move the process along, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I don't think so.
It's a matter of...
Okay.
I'm not even
Let's
going to
go.
go there.
I don't, let me try to go to the heart. Whether or not the rail lines are active or not for any SED zone, they clearly were a justification at one time for establishing the SED zones. I'll repeat my statement. This SED zone that the subject property in has neither rail service nor direct access to a state highway. And it's the only SED zone that has that characteristic.
I understand that, but again, that was not my question. So I have heard multiple times now that there are rail lines that run through town, and that there are county roads and state highways and an interstate highway that runs through town. I've heard that multiple times. My question is, do any properties located in the SED zone in Howell Township have direct access to rail? Yes or no?
They have direct access to rail lines, but I don't know if they have rail siding.
Does that answer your question?
No, but I'm guessing I'm not going to get an answer, so
Okay.
we should just move on.
Okay.
Next. So when you're going through the evaluation of the applicant's planning testimony and you're discussing particular suitability, you don't think that past use of property is something that should be taken into consideration when evaluating whether or not a site is particularly suited?
It can be a consideration if that prior use had any similarity to the proposed use. That is not the case here.
So would it surprise you to know that there is case law that says that concrete manufacturing and asphalt manufacturing are similar in nature?
I know of the Lepatcong case that has been entered into it. It's an unreported case, and it had to do with a specific municipality and the testimony of that planner. In my opinion, that is not dispositive of this issue. It is clear that, in my opinion, as I read the record, that when the Board of Adjustment rendered a decision, that it said that this needed a D1 variance, and that's the presumption. I don't think that that case is dispositive of this issue.
I would respectfully disagree, but I really just generically have to say, and as I said it before, I think the applicant presented a case that hit on all the prongs necessary to satisfy Medici. I listened to the testimony here since 20 after 6, and I do not feel that the issues raised are raised to the level that changes my opinion.
Okay. Charlie? Or Jack?
I mean, the planner pretty much covered most of this. I got a long history here of the planning, and unfortunately, some of the decisions that you hear are not made by planning officials, they're made politically. Some of the changes that are proposed are done to alleviate some of the existing non-conforming uses so that they don't have to come in for use variances, particularly residential sometimes in the SED zones where a homeowner wants to put a shed in or expand their house, and some of those provisions are there to give them exceptions. And I'm sure Mr. Speck is aware of a lot of those. If he's done planning for as long as he says he has, you know those cases. I really don't have a lot of questions. We do have a lot of rails. You have to understand, when I first came into the township in the mid-'80s, the whole northern part of Howell Township was industrial. And then it changed. And they left it that way because of the availability of the highways and the rail lines. That was placed in there. As more and more development occurred residential, they changed the zones as they went through. And of course, the SED zones were different. They also proposed, because with the SED zones, that they would have sewers up there. And it went back and forth where they were going to do sewers and not do sewers. It took them probably many years to put sewers on the state highway of Route 9. There's no sewers on Route 33, yet there's a lot of areas that are probably conducive to at least manufacturing type setup. But, you know, there's a long history that Mr. Steck talks about, and of course, the maps prepared by, well, not the maps, but the list presented by Mr. Thomas. But as far as planning, I really don't have a lot of questions. He's presented his opinion. The applicant's planner has presented her opinion, and it's actually a board to weigh whether they did comply. But, you know, there is a zone there. There are other similar type heavy industrial or heavy construction uses that are there. Stavola has their own. Harms has theirs. So for the area, it does exist. I have no further questions or comments, Mr. Chairman.
Board members.
Yes.
Mr. San Clemente.
Yes, Mr. Steck, I'm looking at your existing land use, that spreadsheet, and this is, yeah, 019?
I think.
021.
21, the spreadsheet?
Wait, no.
That one right
Yeah, that one, okay. So if you look at Raven Associates, which is now Anchor Concrete, it shows pre-existing non-conforming. Do you know reason why?
I don't understand your question. Why? Because it predated any ordinance changes.
So that would be before 1963?
Well, first of all, Anchor Concrete makes products. So actually, I'm going to amend this in my own opinion. Because it manufactures products, it would be a permitted use.
Okay, so that would be the same thing for Central Concrete. Okay.
Back up to that.
What?
Okay,
Well,
you're saying that's a permitted use
Well,
then, correct?
Central Concrete, you know, is
No,
a
Anchor
producer of
Concrete.
concrete ready mix, so that's different. But the Raven Associates, Anchor Concrete, you know, produces final products, so that would be a permitted use.
Final.
Why is it a pre-existing non-conforming?
Then that's incorrect.
It actually is not incorrect. You're not allowed to manufacture concrete products in the zone anymore.
Well, today, that's correct.
Yeah, but this predated that ordinance, though, Jim.
That makes it
Okay.
Okay.
Now, Stavola Asphalt is the same thing, pre-existing non-conforming. Why is that?
That predated any prohibitions in the ordinance.
So that would be before 1963.
Yes.
Do you know if that Stavola Asphalt has been in operation before 1963?
I don't know the exact date when it started. There may be a witness here that can answer that, but I know that it's a legal non-conforming use.
Okay. And then you have highlighted in yellow, 1 and 2 Greenway L&L paving. permitted use, yes. So my question is, why are we here? If it says yes.
Because-
We shouldn't even be here
No, it's-
because it says yes.
Yes, meaning that when it produced concrete pipe, that was permitted in the zone. It was a
Well, it says
manufactured
notes,
product.
L&L paving, permitted use, yes.
Then that's misleading, then. It should simply be, well, first of all,
So then this whole spreadsheet is misleading.
no, let me put it this way. The numbers that are derived from the tax records are accurate. The two issues that you brought up, I think that they're inaccurate. I would say L&L paving, that's how we're referencing the property. That's just a note. That's not the owner of the property. The owner, as you know, is 1 and 2 Greenway. But
No, the owner is L&L paving.
no,
The owner
they're
is
the
1 and
applicant.
2 Greenway.
They're not the owner of the property.
They're the applicant.
Then L&L paving is there and it says yes. So
The answer is that's incorrect because the current use is, well, let me back up. L&L paving came before the planning board to install a paving business. That was before the planning board because it was a permitted use. That's correct. That's not, now L&L paving happens to come before you tonight for a different use, the production of asphalt. But L&L paving was a permitted use because they're a paving contractor, and the planning board heard it as a permitted use. So the confusion is L&L paving not only is doing paving, they're also applying for asphalt production, which is not a permitted use. So the table is correct there.
no, it's not. Anyway, it's not. Second thing is, in December 31st, 2014, Old Castle officially ceased operations. What do you mean by officially ceased operations?
I think it did not secure any more permits. There were actions that completely stopped the operation of the property. In my opinion, looking at aerial photographs, the operation stopped earlier, but that's an official date by paperwork.
But what paperwork would say officially ceased
Well,
operations?
if the applicant needed permits from, let's say, DEP and didn't renew those permits, that would be an indication. There are a number of indications that would happen.
But if they didn't put in any permits, then you're saying that it officially ceased. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
So there is no documentation that says, I'm from Old Castle, or I own Old Castle, and I'm stopping that production.
Well, first of all, whether it's stopped or not is not dispositive of whether the applicant met the burden of proof. The asphalt use is different from the production of concrete pipe. So even if it continued up and it was going on today, it is not dispositive of the issue because the use that's being proposed is different, and it is 100% different because it is outright prohibited. The governing body did not choose to amend the ordinance to prohibit all manufacturing.
That's your opinion that it's not
I
similar.
just got one more question.
Yes,
The
that's my opinion.
Lake of Patcon decision, as you just quoted yourself, says differently. And our expert disagrees with you also. So it is still an asphalt and concrete are similar. That may be not your opinion, but it's not a legal opinion of some other legal body.
That case had to do, is there a difference between producing a construction material with bitumen in it or producing one with concrete Portland cement in it? The answer is the governing body prohibited both. Doesn't matter.
Let me ask you a question now, since we got into that. If L&L Paving wanted to open up a ready-mix concrete plant there, Would that be a permitted use?
No,
Why?
because it produces concrete, which is a prohibited use in the zone.
But now wouldn't we go back to the date of their purchase? Because it is a concrete plant existing?
In my opinion, no.
Okay.
I just have one more question. Okay, so looking at the SED, which, what's the notation on this one?
Oh, I don't know what number it is.
What do you have on it?
That's part of this package. What is this?
The one that says part of 22? Oh, 22, the last page?
P5.
P5.
Second last page.
Second to last page, excuse me. Okay, so in the SED zone, and it has all the permitted uses, for you, I just would like your opinion. What would be, let's just say that asphalt is a permitted use. In your opinion, what would be more impacting on this property? An asphalt or a warehouse distribution?
An asphalt plant.
Why would that be? Because let's say Amazon would want to put a warehouse here, or ShopRite, which has very big warehouse distribution, a lot of trucks going in day and night.
An asphalt plant is, in my opinion, classically treated as a heavy industry as opposed to a light industry, which is warehousing. The asphalt production is done out of doors. They need air pollution permits. An asphalt plant like this may peak in the evening rather than in the daytime because of, let's say, state work on highways. It produces a major outflow of trucks that are not necessarily owned by the applicant. You know, Wakefern Food Product delivers stuff by Wakefern trucks. They can control them. There are a number of aspects in terms of the operational aspects, the permitting from the state aspects, and its land use impacts and its time of day impacts that distinguish it from a classic warehouse, which is typically, I would consider a light industrial use.
But aren't the trucks on a warehouse like 3 times the size of a truck that's delivering asphalt, like 18-wheelers? Wouldn't that really be a burden on Yellowbrook Road, and especially Yellowbrook Road and Route 33?
The answer is zoning is more than just traffic. It is noise, it is dust, there are a lot of aspects to it. And there's in my opinion, a presumption of validity to the governing body saying that there is a distinction. When the planning board discussed the zoning amendment, they didn't have a problem with warehousing, they had a problem with manufacturing in the zone. When the governing body adopted an ordinance, they didn't have a problem with all manufacturing, but they made a distinction, and in my opinion, it's a reasonable distinction. If you looked at one little issue, such as truck traffic, I'll grant you if Amazon came in and built, a 200,000 square foot, it might not be as intensive at nighttime. You don't know. If it was a transfer station, which is not permitted in the zone, I represent R&L carriers. They peak at midnight. That's when they switch the loads to smaller trucks. So my point is that there is a legitimate distinction between something that produces products in a warehouse than an asphalt plant. I think the governing body was well within its discretion to do that, and they have the presumption of validity.
Okay. I just want to go back to Old Castle again. I said officially, is there a time limit where, let's say I own Old Castle and I'm making asphalt, or I'm making concrete, something that's permitted, and I stop operations for 5 years, maybe 10 years? does that mean that I've ceased operation? Officially ceased operation?
I think you mean, has it been abandoned? Is that what you're asking?
Or is that abandoned then? What would,
Yeah,
what
well,
would
if
be
they-
the definition of abandon as opposed to cease operation? That's
Okay,
where
well,
I'm not clear.
if a business stops, it ceases operation. What I think you're asking is, have they, if it was a non-conforming use, have they abandoned their rights? And the answer is it's fact sensitive. It's a combination of cessation of the use plus some kind of positive. Did they demolish part of the plant? Did they fail to secure permits from the state that they needed? It's a fact-sensitive situation that you can't generically answer. You have to look at the specifics.
Mr. San Clemente, if I could just jump in on that issue?
Oh, go ahead.
So we have an ordinance here in Howell that talks about abandonment, and it shows that there has to be specific intent. So as you can recall, we heard a case not too long ago for that restaurant on 524, which has been closed for, what, 10 years?
Yeah.
And they had not maintained a lot. The property was really kind of overgrown. The restaurant building has sat there closed up for years, but we have documentation, or documentation was provided to you that they maintained their liquor license. And therefore, it was determined at that point that there was no abandonment. Our ordinance says there has to be an intent. So just because they don't apply for permits doesn't necessarily mean they intend to cease. But that's specific to our ordinance. I don't know if people have read that, but that's what our ordinance says, thanks to Matt. He cleaned that up for us several years ago. So it was consistent with the case law, as Mr. Tropoli just indicated, that there has to be a specific intent.
So when you say specific intent, would that mean the business would go to Matt, or would go to the council and say, we're stopping business, or it went up for sale, something
Well,
like that?
I mean, going back to, more generic examples, which we just talked about on Saturday at the zoning class, which is basically says an individual had a horse, and there were paddocks associated with the horse. The horse left, they couldn't afford to keep the horse, but the paddock stayed up. Years later, they wanted to get another horse, and it was determined because the paddock hadn't been removed, the intent was not to abandon keeping a horse. Versus someone who had pigs on their property, and pigs left the property, and all of the associated improvements were removed associated with that use. They wanted to reintroduce that use to that site, and it was determined that it was abandoned because there was an act that removed that, and so it
Okay.
was intended to be removed. Those are the examples that they gave us.
Okay.
And the other example I will give you, you probably weren't, Mr. Saya was on the board, All Sweet Watermelon. It was decided at the Supreme Court that it wasn't abandoned.
Correct, and that has
For how many years?
Okay.
That predates me.
No, that's what I'm saying. Mr. Mallon was here, Mr. Tropoli was here,
Okay.
but, there was no abandonment.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other board members? Okay,
Mr. Chairman, because of Mr. San Clemente's question, just two quick questions.
okay.
Is there, the distinction was made by Mr. San Clemente between warehousing and manufacturing of asphalt about negative criteria. Warehousing is permitted and asphalt manufacturing is not permitted.
That's correct.
Is the disagreement by the zoning board with that distinction a legitimate reason for granting a variance?
It is not. The answer is the call is made by the governing body. There's a presumption of validity because some board member may disagree with that, has no bearing.
There was also a question about the ceasing of operations. You're familiar with what's been marked into evidence, and I don't know the number offhand, the revised natural resource inventory report and environmental impact report on behalf of L&L applicant.
Yes, I did read the document.
And what does that document say on page 34 about ceasing operations?
In the bottom of it, it relates an ISRA case because of contamination, and it says ISRA case E201-50035 was triggered when Old Castle ceased operations at the subject property on approximately December 31, 2014. That's the applicant's submission.
That's it. Thank you.
Mr. Tropoli.
Well, my understanding is that Mr. Doyle has rested, subject to potentially some redirect. And I understand there's a number of witnesses here this evening, Mr. Doyle, that you brought back for
At the
cross-examination.
direction of the board,
Yes,
and knowing that they might all not get reached,
right.
I did bring every witness that has testified, and other than
Mr. Steiger, correct. And
I asked in a letter and I asked personally to Michael before, do you want to call them in any particular order? So I'll
Okay,
leave that.
can we talk about Mr. Steiger first? And what we're doing regarding his cross-examination? I mean,
clearly, he's not here tonight, so it'll have to be on a different day. I mean, that's the easy answer.
I mean, yes, I know he's not here tonight, and I'm hearing that he's not going to be available on the 29th either. So I don't know where that leaves me with his cross-examination.
Well,
I have 6 witnesses back,
Right.
and instead of spending time on that, why don't we do something productive?
You know, I agree with Mr. Doyle. Are you prepared, Mr. Butler, to move forward on your cross-examination on the witnesses that are here so we can start resolving, moving forward, and getting to the public?
Yeah, I am. I just would like
But
to-
again, I have to circle back with you before the end of the evening. I just,
That's
you know,
okay.
we're trying to look at dates and everything up here, you know, as we move forward.
I'm just re-raising it. That's
Well,
all.
understood.
Okay.
I would ask if we could take a quick break before
Okay.
we get into
Let's take a
cross-examination.
10-minute break.
The board will now recess. The zoning board will now reconvene.
Okay, Mr. Butler.
I'm not going to start.
Okay, understood.
Not you. No, okay. First, we're going to cross-examine Mr. Dottie.
Okay. Got it.
Peter?
Okay. Okay, Mr. Dottie, you were previously sworn. I'll remind you, you're still under oath. Thank you.
I understand.
If you would just, yeah, I don't know if that, I think we need a battery there.
You got to be a jack of all trades.
Yes, you do. Big training to go into this, you know. You're good. Thank you.
Thank you, Eileen.
I'm Norman Dottie from Russell Acoustics.
He's a noise expert.
This is audio.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Dottie.
Hello.
I'm going to ask you some questions. I'm not going to be very long with you. I just want to make sure that I hit a few points, and then we're going to let you move on. Did you ever speak to my client about their proposed operations on the property?
Actually, I don't know who your actual client is, but I'm not aware that I have.
Okay. Did you speak to?
I'm not aware that I've discussed the project with anybody other than people on the objectors.
Okay. And when you say the people on the objectors, who's the objector?
From my standpoint, the attorney is.
But for really, who's the objector?
There are a number of parties involved in this thing. I know the name Stabola. I think there are other parties in there, but
Okay.
I
To
don't-
be clear,
I don't
we know who the client is. He's been identified before as Tabolo Leasing.
Okay.
And I will say for the record, I don't have to say it for the record, but Mr. Doyle answered that question, not Mr. Dottie.
That's correct.
What did you review prior to providing your testimony?
There were, as I believe I testified to previously, there were several reports, supplemental report. I think I saw some transcripts. Probably, I think I saw some, I'll call them site plan drawings.
Anything else?
That's all I recall right now.
Okay. Do you remember any specific transcripts that you read?
I don't, other than the transcript from the standpoint of looking at the, actually it would have been a PDF, not paper, but I'm sure you know what they look like format-wise. So my recollection is, yes, testimony from your acoustical person.
And who was my acoustical person?
I'm sorry, I don't remember his name.
Okay.
I've met the gentleman in the past, but not as part of this matter.
Did you review any of the exhibits entered into the record?
I don't know. I've seen, as I said, drawings, site plan type drawings. Whether they've been entered into the record or not, I don't know.
Okay, specifically, we entered, I know up to this point, you probably didn't review A34, A33, or possibly not even A32, because I think they may have been entered later. But I think by the time you testified, exhibits A1 through A30 had been entered into the record. You didn't review any of those?
I don't recall. So I certainly don't know what the numbers are. If I've seen anything, it is not, to my recollection, had what I would typically see as like an A1, and it may be a date written on it. I don't recall seeing anything specifically like that.
Did you do any of your testing, any of your own testing?
I believe that was asked, and I said no.
Okay. Did you make any of your own observations?
I've been to the site.
Did you do any of your own calculations to support your opinion?
Yes.
What calculations?
Projecting sound levels, both using my own measurements, my own numbers. I just discussed that my testimony, the Volpe numbers, and then there were the numbers in the your expert's report. In particular, I remember the use of the 25-foot distance instead of 50 feet. So I extrapolated some of those numbers out, and one of the results of that was a graphic that I had prepared.
Okay, and if I remember correctly, that graphic was regarding the level of noise from a truck traveling on a road, Yellowbrook. No, it wasn't Yellowbrook Road. It was a road in general.
Correct. It was not specific to Yellowbrook. It had 3 different curves on it, although they're sloped straight lines, but to engineers, those are curves, for the different starting sound levels of, again, the Volpe data, my measurements, my numbers, and your expert's numbers.
Okay. And that was solely for truck noise on streets.
Yes, that graph was related to truck noise on the street.
Is there any prohibition, noise code regulations regarding?
I'm sorry, there was a cough that went on in the background.
Okay. Are there any noise code regulations regarding traffic noise on a street?
Federal or state?
Your choice.
Yes.
What is that?
Feds have sound level limits on motor vehicles, including trucks. State does not.
And what are those limits?
There's certification numbers that depend on weight, type of vehicle. I don't remember the specific numbers. It's not just a single number.
And you said in your testimony that you were familiar with Aztec's equipment.
Yes.
Are you currently testifying regarding an Aztec plant someplace that's proposed someplace else in New Jersey?
I'm sorry, would you repeat that?
Are you currently testifying regarding an Aztec plant that's proposed for development somewhere else in New Jersey?
No.
Okay. You reviewed Mr. Crossan's testimony regarding, or calculations regarding the Aztec equipment. Are his calculations consistent with with what you know of the sound produced by Aztec equipment?
I don't know that I'd agree with the statement. In his reports and in his table of results, my recollection is he had a single number for the sound from the plant. And I took issue with that because, and I think I recall this from my testimony, I said there's typically 40 to 50 different sound sources in an asphalt plant, and for a given distance away from, let's call it the geometric center of the plant, you're going to get different sound levels depending on your position around the plant. So I didn't like the idea that he had an asphalt plant represented as just a single sound level.
Okay. And you were critical of Mr. Crossan not taking into consideration berming or landscaping into his calculations, but only attenuating by distance. Is that correct?
Well, that's my assumption, that he talked about attenuation by distance, and I arrived at that by reproducing his calculations on that basis. There was discussion about berm, I believe a barrier or fence, landscaping, but I saw nothing that addressed that in the way of effects on sound levels. I didn't see any, I don't know where he proposed putting the berm. I don't know where when he did his truck calculation, he had a specific distance. I don't know where that was on the site, whether it was shielded by a berm or barrier.
Okay. And did you understand that Mr. Crossan's testimony was that he was taking into consideration just attenuation?
I'm sorry, repeat that,
Did you
please?
understand when Mr. Crossan explained in his testimony that his calculations only took into distance as an attenuation?
I deduced that from the numbers in his table.
And from that deduction, the proposed plant meets the requirements at the receptor.
That's what he said in his calculation. I took issue with that because I think his truck levels are too low.
And the sound on the site would be further attenuated by berming and landscaping, would it not?
Depending on where the source is relative to the berm or landscaping.
And there is berming and landscaping proposed on the site, correct?
That is my understanding.
Okay. Did you happen to review Mr. Howard's memorandum to the board regarding noise complaints?
I don't recall it.
So you also wouldn't recall that memorandum says that there's only been one noise complaint in the past year? Not regarding this property, but generally regarding the area?
I don't recall it.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Dottie, based upon the questions that were asked and the things that you were asked, whether you looked at them or not, did that alter any of the conclusions you gave?
No.
With respect to berming and landscaping, noise would still be emitted regardless of the nature, size, height, and location of berming and landscaping through the driveway, would it not?
Yes, a berm would typically, I've never seen one built across a driveway.
Was there, for berming and landscaping to work, it would have to have certain characteristics as to height, location, distance, et cetera?
Yes.
You stick by what you said the first time?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Just one more question. You had all of the exhibits for the application provided to you, correct?
I don't know. I have a lot of PDFs.
Okay.
Whether I've seen everything that's been done, I don't know.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions. All right, Mr. Murphy?
Sorry about that.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, you're done?
No, we're done.
You can go home, but you'll come back when it's the public's turn.
I understand.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Good night, folks.
Good night. Mr. Murphy, I'll remind you that you're still on the road. And you just state your name.
Kevin Murphy with D.W. Smith.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Thank you for coming back tonight. I have less questions for you than I do of Mr. Dottie. Your testimony was basically you were giving the board your opinion as to what's the difference between a topographical survey and an outbound survey.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there any prohibition from a topographical survey containing the information that's contained in an outbound survey?
No, not that I know of. There's nothing prohibiting you from showing boundary information on a topographic survey.
Okay, so a survey one survey could meet the criteria of being a topographical survey and an outbound survey?
Yes, it would contain both sets of information, and typically it's labeled boundary and topographic survey.
Okay, no further questions.
Did the survey in question say it was a topographic and outbound survey?
No, I don't believe it did. It did refer to a boundary survey, and I believe we requested a copy of that boundary survey.
So the topographic survey and the boundary survey that were produced were two separate documents?
I don't believe that's true. I believe there was bearings and distance information shown on the topographic survey. The topographic survey referred to the boundary survey, but we had requested a copy of the boundary survey.
The survey that was produced, the second survey, was after you testified, right?
It was, I believe, provided upon request.
After you testified?
Yes, after we testified.
Did you look at it?
As best I could. It was very difficult to read because I guess it was an enlargement of a 8.5 by 11.
Was anything missing? By missing, I mean, as you testified.
I'm going to object. This is outside the bounds of the question that I asked.
That's correct, and I was about to make that same objection. Thank you.
This witness, because of this witness's testimony, we asked for a survey which was to have been produced at the time of the application. Now,
Mr. Doe, we went down this road already. It's not the typical procedure of our engineer not to deem an application incomplete if he did not have that survey. And I can speak for Mr. Mallon because I've known him a long time. He's never misdirected this board. And besides that, if it didn't have the boundaries on the plans that were submitted, he would have deemed it incomplete.
on his first
I just
review
know
letter, he asked for a survey because it was not produced. But if I can't ask Mr. Murphy about that, that's
Yes,
it.
sir. It's been asked and answered in testimony, sir. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, Ms. Fagan?
Ms. Fagan, I'll remind you, you're still on the road. State your name for the record.
Carolyn Fagan.
Your witness, Mr. Bell.
Okay. Ms. Fagan, What did you review prior to providing your testimony?
I reviewed the stormwater management report that was submitted by Kennedy Engineers. I reviewed the site plans. I reviewed aerials. I reviewed the NJAC code for stormwater management, the Howell Township ordinance for stormwater management.
Did you ever speak to, I'm sorry, I apologize. Were you done?
Assorted items like that in order to do a stormwater management review.
Okay. Did you ever speak to my client?
No.
Did you ever speak to any representatives of my client?
No.
Did you ever visit the property?
No, I did not.
The bulk of your testimony really was your disagreement between how impervious coverage was calculated, correct?
That was part of it, and the other part was that we didn't meet the 4 components of stormwater management design.
Correct, but those four standards don't come into consideration if the impervious coverage is calculated how my client calculates it.
That's not correct. That just doesn't, that means they may be able to not have an increase in runoff. They're still considered major development and would still have to meet water quality and groundwater recharge and soil erosion standards.
You never visited the site,
No, I didn't.
and you never spoke to my client about how much tonnage of concrete was removed from the property?
No, I don't know how much.
Do you know, so you don't know how many tons of concrete were processed from the site
No,
that was in the ground?
I don't know.
You don't know, you never visited.
I did
Third
not
time.
visit, that's right.
Okay.
Looked at the aerials. That's what a lot of the testimony was based on, looking at the aerials.
An aerial from 2013.
Well, I looked at 2014, 15, 16, 17, and 18.
Okay, but once again, you never visited the site.
4 times, Mr. Chairman.
Mr.
How many
Butler.
times does he ask the same
Okay,
question?
I got it.
We did actually offer the opportunity for me to go out to the site, but that was declined.
You offered it after you testified.
That's true,
Yeah.
yes, but I still could have, added something
Right.
else if it would have changed.
I have no further questions.
Okay.
Would it have been helpful for you to better analyze the site if you were allowed to have visited the site?
I think that would have been beneficial, yes. We looked at aerials because that's all the tools we had available. We weren't allowed to get on the site, so with the information that we had and the lack of information shown on the plans, that's the best we could do.
You say lack of information shown on the plans. Were the plans lacking in information you would have expected generally or on a plan?
Well, we would have liked to see the limitations of impervious versus pervious coverage, which would have, the whole entire argument would have been a moot point, I guess, if that was provided on the plan. So that's why we refer to the aerials.
Is there a requirement in any state code that says you're supposed to provide those?
I don't think there's a requirement, but Mr. Mallon did have the same concern. He didn't understand the exact limits of the difference in cover either. in
And
his
expressed
letter.
those in his report?
That's correct.
You read the applicant's engineer's testimony.
Yes.
Was that concern raised by Mr. Mallon and also mentioned by you?
I'm going to
Ever
object, I'm
responded
going
to?
to
Excuse
object
me.
to the question because it's outside of my
No, it
cross.
isn't.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
I simply asked if she visited the site.
No, he asked,
I did- I asked-
he
I
asked a
asked
number
it-
of
I asked
other
it-
questions.
I asked it 4 times.
Okay,
The
what-
Pointed that out.
He asked about the impervious and the pervious. And I think the question is germane. It's one question. We'll spend more time about whether I can ask it or not.
I disagree. It's outside the purview of my,
Over objection, ask your question, please. Mr. Doyle.
Is the impervious, pervious definition and description supposed to be shown on a plan based upon any local ordinance, state, or other regulation?
I don't believe that there's a regulation that requires that it be shown on the plan. I just think you need it in order to perform the calculation and the analysis. I don't know how else you would do it. You can't just assume that the entire area of disturbance was impervious.
Were the calculations and analysis made based upon those kinds of presumptions?
Close to it, there's 29 out of the 35 acres were identified as impervious in existing conditions, and that probably closely resembles the limit of disturbance outside the trees that were on the couple of, portions of the site. They identified a small area of grass and a section of woods as well.
Even if he was right about the pervious and impervious, you said in answer to Mr. Butler's questions, there were still 3 out of 4 requirements for stormwater management that were not met.
Or they weren't demonstrated that they were met. Mr. Kennedy's report actually says that he didn't need to meet water quality because he had a reduction in impervious, which isn't correct because it still has an acre of disturbance, so it's major development. And the other 2 components are groundwater recharge and erosion control.
So the basic fundamental for getting those answers, he said he didn't have to do.
The report basically, he did run the analysis of the pre and the post and came up with the conclusion that he had a reduction in flow because of the reduction in impervious. So he didn't really, groundwater recharge was addressed. It said the entire thing was being recharged on site through the reduction of impervious coverage. But again, as I pointed out, industrial runoff is not permitted to be recharged. So there's no water treatment, like no water quality for that.
Was this engineer's statement that because there was a reduction in flow caused by his plan meant he didn't have to show any more?
All right, once again,
Accurate or
now we're
inaccurate?
really far foul
Yes.
of what I've actually, my original set of questions, which was, did she go to the site?
He asked 10 minutes worth of
I
questions.
did not ask
and
10
He
minutes
didn't
worth of
ask
questions.
anything about that,
I
about
didn't,
the,
right.
he asked if she had been to the
That's
site.
right.
Mr. Tropoli.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, I was having a sidebar.
The question,
I'm being honest.
I had objected because now
Okay.
we're moving very far afield of my cross-examination, which was limited to whether she went to that property and observed.
You did ask the question 4 times.
Correct, I did.
the question
And it was
you
answered 4
objected
times.
to
It was.
followed up. She had just testified that he made a statement in his report and testimony that because he was reducing stormwater flow, he did not have to show certain things.
Yes.
Is that statement legally accurate?
And once again, I'm going to object, because what does that have to do with Ms. Fagan being on the property or not?
But
Agreed.
you
I
asked-
agree.
But he asked questions about, isn't it true that the stormwater flow was reduced? And she said, yes. But that doesn't show everything.
I asked whether she was on the property.
But that's what the question was.
No,
That was the scope of his direct
Right.
cross-examination, rather. And we're varying from that very narrow question. So Mr. Chair, I would recommend that we move forward over Mr. Doyle's objection.
Let's move forward.
Okay.
If you were, I asked that before. Mr. Butler asked a number of other questions, but if, that's it.
Okay.
They don't want to have you
Thank you,
answer
Ms.
any more
Fagan.
questions.
Oh, stop. Side comments.
Thank you.
Let's,
Well, it's true.
Stop the side comments.
okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Mr.
I will
Hussein?
let you do that. Like that.
Mr. Hussein, once again, I'll remind you that you're on the phone, so if you just
Yes, my name is Sid Hussein.
Okay, Mr. Hussein, thank you for coming back tonight.
You're welcome.
You had entered into the record as Exhibit 012 a number of pictures, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you take those pictures?
I did.
How did you get to the locations where you took those pictures?
I had,
That was asked and answered during his original.
This is cross-examination,
No, yeah,
this is
I'm sorry.
cross-examination,
I withdraw
Mr.
that.
Don't ask
Wrong
anything.
comment. You're right.
You're welcome.
Okay. How did you get to those locations?
I had provided detailed testimony when I was here, explaining where I got the photographs from, where I was standing, and which direction I was looking at.
That said, he's asking you to repeat that
No,
testimony.
no, I'm not. I'm asking, how did you get to where you took those pictures?
I was standing at the railroad tracks.
Okay, how did you get onto the railroad tracks?
I walked along railroad tracks.
Where did you park?
I parked along Yellowbrook Road.
Okay, so you were on the railroad tracks.
Yes, sir.
You parked on Yellowbrook Road.
That is correct.
Who owns the railroad tracks?
Conrail.
Okay. Did you have permission from Conrail to enter their property?
No.
Objection, it's
No,
it's
I
irrelevant.
overruled.
Did you know that you were
It's a
actually
valid question.
you were trespassing on Conrail's property?
No.
No?
No.
You did not have permission.
No.
I'd like to enter into the record I don't know, what number are we up to?
Hold on one second. You are up to 835.
835.
You okay? Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot you were secretary tonight. I thought something was wrong.
And he's doing such a good job.
Before it gets marked, can I see a copy of it?
I didn't even have to ask you.
I'll give him Mr. Butler. Please show Mr. Boyle.
I'm sorry. I thought something was wrong.
No, he's doing his job.
Oh, yeah. Good job. No. That's okay. Look at your long legs. Thank you.
Maybe I'm missing something. I don't see Mr. Hussein's name on this.
Mr. Hussein's name is not on it.
Then what relevance does it have?
Yes, sir.
And what's relevant to this board's land use decision about how, whether Mr. Hussein trespassed? I don't understand, Mr. Butler, that you're here on behalf of Conrail or the Howell Police Department.
Mr. Tropoli.
Mr. Butler, you've established, I believe, that the witness has advised you that he trespassed on Conrail property, correct?
Correct. I'm entering into the record a police report to show that trespassing on to Conrail property is is a trespass. I apologize.
Well, the reason why I mention that is I think the chair can take judicial notice, this being a quasi-judicial board, that if you trespass on someone's property, that is, in fact, potentially a criminal violation.
Correct.
I don't know whether or not we need a specific report to identify that. Mr.
Well,
Chair.
I want the board to understand, and I want Mr. Hussein to understand that this was an actual trespass on property owned by Conrail, and it was not just walking down a railroad tracks.
Well, I think the testimony speaks for itself, quite frankly.
Okay. And maybe if I could just identify what's been put into the record?
Go right ahead.
Okay. What's been put into the record is a Howell Township Police Incident Report dated April 7th, 2019. The suspect was Abraham Chastanoff. He was caught trespassing on Conrail's property.
Caught.
It clearly says that no trespassing signs were posted in the area, but still Mr. Chastanoff was detained on that property. I'm putting this into the record for two reasons. One, so that everyone is is aware that going onto the Conrail property is a trespass, and I would also like 012 stricken from the record, since those are pictures that were taken during the commission of a crime.
Oh, jeez. Is trespassing a crime?
It is.
Trying to bring information a crime?
2C17-3A.
This isn't a criminal.
It isn't, but what I'm suggesting to the board is this, that, Mr. Butler has established via cross-examination that where this, as I understand it, where this particular witness was on private property that he did not have the right to be there. Whether or not the report should come in, I would say the report should not come in. I think it's on the record, and I would leave it at that.
Okay.
Okay,
So your request is denied.
thank you. Mr. Hussein, you said, in your opinion, my client would have to secure an Egypti's permit for this site, correct?
Yes, sir.
What kind of permit? No, what kind of Egypti's permit? I apologize.
Basically, your client is, again, is a hot mix asphalt producer. He will need New Jersey NJ 0132721.
And what is that, the general name of 021321?
It says hot mix asphalt producer.
Okay, is that an individual permit? Is that a general permit?
It is for a permit pertaining to hot mix asphalt producers.
Okay, is that a permit that's also called an R4 permit?
It is called an R4.
Are you aware that an R4 permit is no longer authorized in the state of New Jersey?
That is not true.
When was it reauthorized?
I downloaded information from the New Jersey website, and it was there, still posted there.
When was the last time you applied for an R4 permit?
Not recently.
Did you do any research to determine whether my client has applied for an Egypti's permit?
As I stated, I reviewed the engineer's report, I reviewed your EIR, and nobody had ever stated that you guys had applied for that permit.
You did no outside research on your own?
No, sir.
Okay. No further questions.
Thank you.
Did you think any outside research was necessary, given that it was never mentioned in anything submitted by the applicant?
That is correct.
Have you ever applied or had a client who applied for an R4 permit?
Yes,
And what was the application for?
this was for Stavola asphalt.
I'm sorry,
For Stavola asphalt.
not in this municipality.
No, sir.
Is it your testimony that that permit is required?
I believe so.
Nothing further.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. How old are you, Sid?
I am 69 years old.
Have you ever been accused of committing a crime before?
Never.
I'm
done. No further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you see any no trespassing signs?
No, there was no trespassing
No,
sign.
that's not us. Just curious.
I will be very quick. Mr. Steck.
I bet you thought you were done.
No more cake for you.
Mr. Steck, I'll remind you you're under oath if you just state your name again.
Peter G. Steck, I realize that I'm still under oath.
Very good, sir. Your witness.
Thank you. Mr. Steck, did you ever speak to my client about the proposal?
No.
Okay. Did you, you said you drove around the area around my client's property?
I drove around the area and I started driving into your client's property whereupon some representatives blocked me in with their trucks.
You got where I was going.
Another criminal.
Another criminal trespass. Look at that.
Jeez.
I'd like to mark for the record A36.
Objection to this whole line of testimony.
Mr. Tropman.
Once again, Mr. Butler,
Yep.
if this is an attempt to, I don't strike that. If this is a report which I presume it probably is, that may be an official police record. I'm going to recommend to the board that it not be accepted, but you could certainly cross-examine the witness based on it. Yeah, as you know, normally police reports are not admissible in certain proceedings. And I realize that there is a relaxed evidential rule here, but I would recommend to the chair that you be permitted to cross-examine based on it, as the witness has already admitted that he drove onto the property.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, I'm going to recommend that it not be considered by the board.
Okay.
That the report not be considered, but the testimony will be whatever the testimony is.
Okay.
Over objection? But
Over objection.
Well, no, you wouldn't
I'm
object.
the one who's objecting.
No, it would.
I'm objecting that the whole line is, in any way could be gotten.
The line, as far as, and Mr. Dwyer, I respectfully disagree with that. I think he's already opened the door to it, so proceed, Mr. Butler.
Okay. So, Mr. Steck, and once again, I will be quick. You said you drove onto my client's property,
Yes,
and you said, did you see the no trespassing signs
I
before you
saw the
drove
no
on?
trespassing sign, so I pulled up and turned around, and that's when someone blocked me in, so I couldn't leave the property.
Did you explain why you were there?
Yes.
What did you say?
I said, I'm a private consultant. I happen to be working for Stavola Leasing. Stavola Leasing did not tell me to go or not go on the property. I said that I'm doing survey work, and there appeared to, when I was driving up and down the street, there appeared to be people on the property that were watching me take photographs, so they knew why I was there. But I described that I did this of my own volition. And I talked to the patrolman, and he said that that L&L probably would not issue any kind of complaint. And I told the officer, never again in my lifetime will I be on this property.
Let me just back up. You said you told the police officer that you were there for land surveying purposes?
I told the officer that I was a professional planner, and I am looking at the properties and taking photographs as part of my due diligence.
Okay. Did you tell the police officer that you were there on behalf, you were hired by Stavola Asphalt Company?
I told them that I was there on behalf of Stavola Leasing.
Okay. In the police report, it mentions that you said you were hired by Stavola Asphalt Company.
That's not correct.
That's not correct? Do you have any reason why the police officer would have written down Stavola Asphalt Company?
I don't know. He didn't question me. I didn't get to review the report. I have not seen the report. So, the officer spent some time talking to the person that blocked me in. So that person might have supplied information. But I specifically told the officer that I was working for Stavola Leasing.
Okay. I have no further questions.
I would ask that the entire testimony regarding Mr. Hussein's criminality and Mr. Steck's be stricken from the record as having no bearing, no relevance.
I disagree. It goes to the veracity of the witnesses. And what
he never testified he was not on the property, and now they found out that he was.
I don't even know what that means. But it goes to the veracity of the witnesses and their veracity as witnesses.
The one that I would really like to know is if he had permission to be on the Girl Scouts property. That's the main one I would like to know.
Okay.
I don't know that anybody testified to being on the Girl Scout property. Maybe
we could bring Mr. Hussein back up and ask him.
I would like to bring Mr. Hussein back up.
So the chairman wants to know whether you were on the Girl Scout property.
No, sir.
How did you get the pictures of the
On the
foundation?
Conrail property, sir.
Sir? All of those pictures were taken from the Conrail property?
That is correct.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
I
take it all of the witnesses that were just cross-examined for the couple of minutes they were are relieved of any responsibility to be back here.
No, that's not true, because the public has to
No, the
cross.
public still needs to.
The public
We
needs
could do the
to,
public cross now. The public's here.
I'll give it 10 minutes.
you know, Mr. Chairman, the only thing I would say is that, why not? But
Okay.
caution, please, to the public. No repetition. If you have one person ask a question, we don't need 5 others coming up. The chair, I understand, is willing to stay a while longer. Are there people in the audience that have a lot of questions? Just let us know. We'll go in order that Mr. Butler has taken them. But again, this is just questions. This is not
comments.
public comment. So it's getting late, but I'd like to try to accommodate people. I know the chair does and the board does as well, so.
I think I released Mr. Dottie thinking that he wasn't going to be,
So we'll do,
that we weren't going to do the public.
We'll hold Mr. Dottie to.
Well, Mr. Dottie will be coming back.
Yes.
Yeah. That's
I don't mean
I think
tonight.
you told him he'd be back.
You did tell him
You
that.
told, I heard him tell him.
Well, Mr. Butler,
yeah, I did tell
Mr.
him.
Butler
Yeah,
finished quickly, so let's try to finish up as much as we can here.
What we can.
Is that all right with you, Mr. Chair?
This is just public
Questions.
questioning of
For the,
witness.
right, in other words, cross-examination, if you would, or questioning of those same witnesses. So, the first witness that you called was
So, Mr.
Mr.
Dottie-
Dottie.
No,
So
open it
Mr.
up.
Dottie will be
Open it up.
held
Hang on.
for the next time, and we will discuss it next time. And then there was I believe,
Mr. Murphy was next.
Mr. Murphy. Are there any members of the, you
Okay.
want to open it for public
I'll
questions?
take a motion to open the.
I make a motion, open it up to the public?
This is for questions only. Please, in all fairness, we're going to get to your comments. Let's limit it to just some questions of these witnesses, please.
Pardon me, is there anyone in the audience that has questions of Mr. Murphy? Mr. Murphy was the surveyor,
Let him see it.
okay?
Okay,
Mr. Chair?
seeing none. What was the second witness?
So do we have to close to Mr. Murphy? or-
No.
We'll just
Public's
continue the
all right.
public
So
portion.
Next was Ms. Fagan.
Okay.
Are there questions for Ms. Fagan in the audience? And Ms. Fagan, if you would just stand up, I'm sure people can see it. There we go. Any questions of Ms. Fagan? No public questions, Mr. Chair?
Next was Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein, any questions of Mr. Hussein?
Mr. Hussein, are there any questions of Mr. Hussein?
Mr. Steck,
No
Steck.
questions. Perfect.
Mr. Steck, any questions of Mr. Steck? Okay,
No, is that Mr. Chasnoff coming up?
Yeah.
Okay. Uh-oh.
That doesn't mean he has to.
All right. Mr. Chasnoff, would you please, and if someone else is standing, would you please raise your hand, right hand, and these are questions only, but we still have to swear everyone. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Yes, and we have your name, please.
My name is Abraham Chasnoff.
You can raise that.
My name is Abraham Chasnoff. I live at 20 West Boccio Lane in Howell.
And this is questions only, sir.
Yes.
Mr. Abraham, I
Mr.
got
Chasnoff.
one question from our last meeting. You had made a comment, to me. Are you representing anybody? or
Myself.
Sir?
Myself.
Just yourself? No?
Myself.
Okay,
Mrs. Chestnut?
you may continue.
So these are questions of Mr. Steck.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Mr. Speck, are you familiar with the North American Industry Classification System?
Yes.
And were you familiar with it before today?
Yes, I had understood that in a prior matter, Mr. Andy Thomas did refer to that when there was a question of interpreting the ordinance, and because of that, I did look at the classifications on my own.
And what are,
I'm going to object because if I remember correctly, Mr. Thomas, his testimony was not permitted because the town does not use those classifications.
That's correct.
So I'm going to object, and my soliloquy there was because it was in response to Mr. Steck. But my objection is the town does not use these classifications, and therefore the question should not be allowed to go forward.
I agree.
May I respond? It may be that the town doesn't recognize them, but they are a recognizable definitions. And just as the Lopatcon case is not reported, this has as much authority as the Lopatcon case.
Is this case law?
This is, well, the Lopatcon case for this matter
No,
is
but
not
is that
law.
case law, what you're referring
What
to?
this is, sir, is a document published by the Executive Office of the President in the Office of Management and Budget. It was published in 2017.
Is it a certain standard?
Yes. It is used by the Commerce Department.
But is it used in this township?
Not yet.
Not yet, so then I'm not going to allow that line of questioning.
Submit.
I'm not going to allow that question.
You know,
Go ahead.
Mr. Chasnoff, I respect the question. The question that I have is, what's the relevancy to this particular proceeding? If it's not used here, I mean, we have things such as the Cox book, which I'm sure you're very familiar with, and case law. This is not case law. It's not even an unpublished or unreported appellate division.
No, it's a document that is used throughout the United States of America to categorize different types of industries and businesses.
Yes, but the testimony that's been placed on the record did not have any reference to this whatsoever. And and Mr. Steck's direct testimony did not refer to this whatsoever.
Actually, he testified he testified in accordance with it, although he didn't mention it.
Exactly.
You can ask him that question, but in terms of delving into some other treatise material, I really, quite frankly, dispute respectfully the relevancy of it.
Well,
I mean, one question on it, perhaps. I mean, I think he said, yeah, I'm familiar with it.
But there's no testimony.
Other than that, I mean, I don't think it can go too much farther on that.
I don't intend to go much farther on it. We've already taken up more time,
I know,
which seems to be the most
let's move on. Let's ask another
Exactly.
question, not that question. Not based on this North American. Let's move on to your next question, please.
Do you snore?
Do I snore?
That's because I expect to hear from Mr.
I do, actually.
I have nothing further if I'm not allowed to or use the North American
No, sir, we don't
Industry
use that in this township,
classification
so-
system, which
Thank
would.
And
Let me make
now
an
we're going
offer
into.
of proof. May I make an offer of proof?
Can we move on?
Mr. Chair, just to see what Mr. Chasnoff would, the area he'd like to go in with, there's no objection from Mr. Butler.
No, there isn't.
Make your offer of proof.
There is an objection.
There is.
There is
making
an
an offer
objection.
of
That's
proof.
why I
Because,
Okay.
yeah,
ruled on it.
this is cross-examination.
Well, that's
Yes.
true. It is.
This is not making an offer of proof regarding the North American industry.
Mr. Chasnoff, let me just ask you this. What is it that you, direct your question to the chair, what is it that you would like to ask this witness, which will probably be objected to?
What I would like to ask this witness is if the North American Industry classification system differentiates between concrete product manufacturing and concrete, and whether it also differentiates between asphalt manufacturing and cement manufacturing.
And I same objection.
I agree, because it's not a
Yeah,
case
and
law.
I agree as well, because really, in this township, we base it upon the ordinances and the municipal land use law. So I have to recommend to the chair that that line of questioning not be
Does that
permitted.
include the zoning ordinance which prohibits the use of
You
the
can ask a
manufacturing of
question.
asphalt?
You can ask him questions about that. You could cross-examine him based on his knowledge of the zoning ordinance. Yes, that's fair game. But extrapolating it further into treatise material that's not before this board is not.
I have no other questions. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Let me just come.
Come forward.
I'm going to keep bringing you cake.
Sir, would you raise your right hand, swear the testimony you give will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
May I have your name, please?
Adam Seyhan, 22, East Milan Boulevard, Farmingdale.
Thank you. And this is a cross-examination or questions for Mr. Steck?
Yes.
Could you just spell your last name, please?
S for Susan, EYHAN for Nancy.
Thank you.
First of all, thank you for your testimony. You differentiate concrete manufacturing as light manufacturing, whereas this was, you said, is considered heavy industrial, and you explained the reasons. One of the things that I didn't hear, you are knowledgeable, obviously, about these things. Can you answer me if the material that is used at the facility is toxic and it is flammable, it comes into any of the criteria that you mentioned?
I'm going to object to that question. There is no testimony that there's toxic or, materials being brought onto this property.
I am asking the question whether the paperwork that he knows, the toxicity and if is a consideration or not.
I'm going to allow the question if he knows. I know it's not direct testimony.
I'm not knowledgeable enough to respond.
Okay. After all that. Thank
Yes,
you.
sir. Yes, sir. Any further questions? Seeing none.
That
can
was
I
an
have a-
honest answer as opposed to trespass.
As of all my other ones.
Can I have a motion to close?
Make a motion that we close.
I'll
the public-
second it.
Motion by Mr. Moretti, seconded by, who are you over there? Mr. Saya. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Chair.
Gentlemen, let's work out.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, at this point, by my calculations, the remaining would be the cross-examination of Mr. Dottie, which I presume will not take very...
Yeah, this is public
It's
cross-examination.
public questions.
I'm sorry, I beg your pardon. Public questions only, and then we have to discuss Mr. Steiger, who
And
needs
we
to be
have
crossed.
The public,
Correct, and, right, no, and public comment, which will take a substantial period of time, I'm sure.
And I
But we need to get a
already-
date together now.
I already spoke to Mr. Chair, the public that is here. I was going to set a time limit of 5 minutes. I'm not going to do that, but I'm going to ask the public, whenever they do come up for their comments, don't be repetitive. If you have something different to say than the person has said, or that's already been commented to, just say you agree with this person, and then if you have new comments, then put it on the record. But that way, you have your name on the record and you agree with what's said, and then that way we could try to move this on. Because if you figure everybody that's going to say something comes up and takes 10, 15 minutes, we might need 2 meetings to get through it. But if it's all new testimony, I'll take the 2 meetings. But I don't want repetition, please. Just to keep in mind, I'm so thankful that we're to the point that we're going to hear from you, that, I'm really glad. But anyway, we have the traffic engineer to be cross-examined by Mr. Butler.
No, it's by the public. Oh, no, sorry, I'm sorry, I apologize.
Traffic engineer.
Traffic, yeah, Mr. Steiger by me and the public.
Right. Mr.
Mr.
Matt,
Dottie is
you're
just
going to get a hold to IT and see if we could figure something out here. And just, Mr. Tropley, get to Mr. Butler and Mr. Doyle and, let them know, that way we're prepared. And the public, just so you know, we're going to try to do a video cross-examination, and then at that time, you'll be able to ask your questions via the video to see if we can move this on, move it forward instead of waiting until end of May to do it. So, does everybody understand?
Mr. Chairman.
And Mr. Dottie, Mr. Dottie is available on the 29th?
So we would have Mr. Dottie on for public questioning and the public to comment
Correct.
on the 29th.
No. I'm not going to, we still have the traffic to cross-examine by Mr. Butler. I don't want to open the comments until all cross-examination is done.
How long is Mr. Dottie going to take?
We're going to come here on the 29th just to hear if any public has questions for Mr. Dottie, and that's all
No.
we're going to do that night?
That's all we have left.
What's that?
That's all we have left, right?
But-
No, I know, that I understand it.
I have no objection to the public.
Why don't we do it, Mr. Butler, on the same, if we can get this video deal done, we'll do it on the 29th, we'll do the video, we'll have, then we'll open the comments. Maybe, if we can do it.
Right, but he is, from what I understand, that he's not even in the state of New Jersey. So
I
it would be
understand
difficult.
that.
He's going to be in Hawaii, I understand, yeah.
If we can do it.
Based off Skype.
But
Yeah.
there again, we need to know tonight.
Well,
to set up a date.
Right, well, let's keep the 29th date. Let's not move off of the 29th.
Mr. Chairman,
So
I have no objection to having to move it along, as I've been constantly told, and agree and understand, to have the public comment. The only thing that the public in commenting on the 29th would be coming before is the cross-examination of Mr. Stager.
I know, but here's my dilemma with that, Mr.
You
Bull.
have to reopen it again to the public.
Exactly, I'm gonna have to reopen again to the public for questions of the traffic engineer. And they're probably gonna have comments to make as far as traffic. And it's kind of putting the cart before the horse there.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
can we ask the public if they have any questions of Dottie before we continue? We may
Okay.
not need to bring him back.
Yeah, can I have a motion to open the public again?
Go.
I'll make a motion open public.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
What was the motion?
All opposed? Okay,
Reopen to the public.
we're reopened to the public.
Question for the public.
Public, is there any questions for Mr. Dottie, the sound expert?
Okay.
There is none. Okay, is there any questions of the traffic? No, I understand that.
Yeah, I know.
But I'm just trying to feel, okay, so, Mr. Tropoli, while we're still open to public, do we need to bring Mr. Dottie back?
No, I'm
I'm
seeing
fine.
no objection from either council.
Okay.
No objection.
Okay,
Dottie's excused.
okay, good. Now we got it. Can I have a motion to close public?
I make a motion to close
Motion by
public.
Mr. Moretti, seconded by Mr. Sayat. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
So that leaves us with the
Okay,
unavailable.
that's done. Okay, let's see if we can get this video set up. We'll keep the 29th. What, Jennifer?
Wait, I'm just, I have a concern about that. Not
I
about
do.
it
I do
doing it,
too.
but whether or not it's going to be doable.
Ron, your microphone's off.
My concern is that we're not going to be able to set it up. Let me just, for the record, clarify, you will be cross-examining Mr. Steiger?
Yes.
Okay.
I know.
Okay, we just need a moment to look at some dates.
Yeah, but
Application schedule? May 6th, he's still not available, so there is no date left
Yes.
in May. That's
Mr.
the
Chairman, if
Yes,
I
You can.
may make a suggestion,
Yes.
and I know we're trying to all
can use
figure
Zoom,
this out,
which is not
and I
bad.
appreciate that Mr. Stager's
Zoom.
vacation plans got in the way of that. I would offer to withdraw and strike Mr. Stager's testimony, so he wouldn't be the problem he is. And if the board would allow Mr. Taylor from Dynamic to testify on the 29th and be cross-examined about his testimony, and to the degree that Mr. Butler would want to cross-examine Mr. Taylor on Mr. Stager's testimony, even though I'd withdraw it, allowing him to cross-examine him as to both people's testimony, and then we'd be done with traffic, and we can move to the public. And I would waive any objection in the future, whatever the form.
Well, I'm going to let Mr. Butler, do you have objection to that?
I'm not sitting through another 3 hours of traffic testimony.
Thank you.
Okay.
I don't think that's good for the board, it's not good for the public.
I agree.
We're not going to sit through another 3 hours of traffic testimony.
Mr. Steger didn't testify for 3 hours. I think
But you have...
maybe an hour?
I don't know how long. Off the top of my head, I have no idea how long Mr. Steiger testified for, but we're not going over, we're not rehashing
Now, I
the
don't want to
traffic
use
testimony.
Okay.
new report.
I tried.
You know, okay. Matt, Mr. San Clemente said it was very easily done
An hour and 10 minutes?
for the video. That's what he does, so.
I'll try and talk to IT and see if we have the setup to do but keep in mind that even if everything goes off and we're looking good, we could get here and there's a hiccup and we have nothing to do.
What's Hawaii, 6 hours away?
And I don't even know if there's much broadband.
Well, let me ask this. What do we need to make this happen? What do we need to make this happen? I mean, we need a computer that can stream, correct?
You're assuming that the infrastructure here in Town Hall is capable.
But is there Wi-Fi in Town Hall?
No,
Yes.
no.
If there's Wi-Fi in town,
You can't do
What
it
about
on
what the
Wi-Fi.
applicant has? I mean,
if you have a phone, you can stream video.
Yes.
I can talk to my children on my phone, and they can see me.
There's an
Mr.
application.
Chairman,
There's an
do we
application
need this
called.
on the
excuse me,
record?
There's an application called
When-
Zoom that will work.
When will he be back?
So we have to look at a date after the 8th.
The 29th, the 8th is 8 days off.
the problem with that is not a Monday. The next Monday after the 29th is May the 6th. He will not be back. May 13th and May 20th already have 3 applications on each night, some of which were carried to that night. There's no other Monday in May because there's a holiday. So your next date would be June the 3rd for a special meeting. June 10th has 2 applications scheduled. June
Okay,
24th has 1 that was carried to it.
Let's see if we can do this video for the 29th.
The objector has indicated that the witness is unavailable.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
The objector has indicated that the witness is unavailable. He just said he was unavailable.
That's what he's told me.
Okay, so that's next.
Mr. Chairman, why can't we conclude the and again, don't shoot me. Why don't we bring, if Mr. Steiger, if he's available on the 13th, why don't we bring him back to conclude all the testimony, bump everyone we have on the 13th at it's a regular meeting, correct?
Regular meeting.
Regular meeting, we can finish Mr. Steiger, cross-examine, members of the public can cross-examine him, and that's it. Then the next date will be for public comment.
Well,
I
let's
think
see,
that's
if
about
we-
the best we can
If we bump
do.
everybody for the 13th, let's see if we can
One
get public
expires on
comment
the
in that night.
One expires on the 14th.
You'd have to bounce,
I'd have to bounce 6 applications to get these done. And some were
What's the
carried,
date? How
some were,
many days, what's the dates of those? How many days have they've been waiting?
the one on May 13th expires May 31st, another one expires May 14th,
Is
another
that
one's
beyond
June
the
11th.
120 days?
Yes. And then in May 20, because I've been pushing them out
I
because
know,
of
we
this.
can't bump them no more.
I just have too many.
Can we ask if any members of the public have questions for Mr. Steiger?
We already did.
Did anyone stand up?
No.
No, we didn't. We asked
We-
Dottie.
we
We asked
know
Dottie. We asked about
No,
Dottie.
I
we asked
asked the
both.
traffic also.
Okay, so no one has any questions of
No.
Mr. Steiger?
No one has any questions, so.
All right, hold on one second.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what? No, May 20th has Route 9 Hardscape, Blewitz, and Connolly.
We got a lot on there.
and two of them were carried to that date, and they both expire in May, and the other one's June 15th. I can't push them out anymore.
Would starting at 6 make any
Hey,
difference?
hold on.
Just give me 2 minutes.
Okay.
Well, let's see what Mr. Butler comes back to the table.
No, because they've
because
been
they
carried on
noticed.
the record.
They noticed on the record.
Public is closed.
Public is closer.
Yes, sir.
I was going to, I did have some questions for traffic.
Oh, he does have some questions for Mr.
Okay, then we have,
That's pretty convenient. That's pretty convenient. We opened.
We
closed
heard
it.
you the first time.
yeah, okay.
Well, then we'll have to go back to the. Look, I guess we're, well, okay.
And for the record,
No.
Mr. Chasnoff's back there laughing because
I'm
I don't
Mr.
think he actually has any.
All right, it's getting a little out of hand,
Yeah,
folks.
let's
Let's
get
go
it-
back to the schedule.
Let's get a schedule.
Let's go back to the schedule, and Mr. Chasnoff, please have a seat. Mr. Chair, why don't we finish what we can on the 13th? And again, don't shoot me, Eileen, but can we contact some of the applicants if they can consent to an extension of time? And we'll just have to take them and move them to another date? At least we can start and finish.
I think the problem is they would have to be moved to June, like a whole month, and they're already expired.
Mr. Chairman, is that meeting scheduled to start at 7 or 7:30?
7:30.
If you had scheduled the meeting at 6, as we've gotten used to and have.
I can't do
And
that.
if I can say for the record,
wait a minute, I'm still
if I can say for the record, the
No,
board opened to the public on Mr. Steiger, asked the public if anyone had questions. Nobody stood up, and then you closed it.
It
And
was
Mr.
closed.
Chasnoff, after there's a possibility that maybe Mr. Steiger's not going to have to come, gets up and says, "Oh wait, I have a question."
It's already closed.
Right. So
Mr. Tropoli.
what was Mr. Chairman? What was closed?
The public portion was closed.
Public questions on
I
Mr.
asked
Steiger.
if there
Is
was.
there any purpose to just attacking Mr. Chazanoff other than he
No,
has a
sir,
different
there's
view?
not.
No.
No, it's not.
Let's talk about the public
Okay,
business.
we're getting out of line. We're getting out of
I
line.
agree.
Okay. Whenever I asked the public if there was any questions, no one stood, no one did. And then now you come up after I've already closed that. That's the reason I opened for the public. The only reason I opened it is so it was on the record clear. Mr. Tropoli.
Mr. Chairman, in a more positive vein, is it possible on the May 13th to start your meeting at 6? So you
Sir,
wouldn't
I
punch the other-
can't, in the summer, you look how I'm dressed right now. I came straight here from work. I've been up since 3 o'clock this morning. I can't do that during the summer like that.
We were talking May 13th. Oh, okay.
I'm telling you.
Okay, I'm fine.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize for asking the question again, but I want to be clear. The public had a chance to
I
voice
asked.
whether they had.
That's
So
correct.
the public questions of Mr. Steiger is now off the table because it's been open and
At
closed.
this point, yes, they can make a comment.
They can make a
They can
comment.
make their question during
Correct.
that comment. That's what's
Okay,
going to
so
have to happen.
now I'm back to where I was 2 minutes ago before Mr. Chasnoff got up. Can you give me 2 minutes?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
No, because they've already noticed. It's already been noticed that they would have to renotice. It's too soon to do that. The 6th. Oh, he's not back here by the 6th. The 8th. Isn't that a holiday?
Wenzel,
Yes, ma'am. Okay, zoning board's going to take a 5-minute break.
the board will now reconvene.
Okay,
Mr. Chair.
yes.
There's been a sidebar between objector counsel and Mr. Butler, and there's a proffer on the record that I'd like to just put on the record. Now, my understanding, potentially, is that Mr. Butler may in fact waive his right to cross-examine Mr. Steiger. Now, I do recall Mr. Doyle having a witness here tonight who he was prepared to put on the record in lieu of Mr. Steiger. And that witness is still here. Is that correct, Mr. Doyle?
Yes.
And he is, in fact, from the firm? He's
Dynamic
from
Traffic.
Dynamic. So what I would propose to do, because we have, again, one of the criticisms that I've been hearing from the public whenever I'm walking around or trying to get a cup of coffee or something is, when the hell are we going to be able to speak? Well, if we could work this out tonight, where Mr. Chasanoff, for example, if he wanted to cross-examine Mr. Taylor, because Mr. Taylor, I presume, is fully familiar with Mr. Steiger's report, we might be able to close the public questioning. And at that point in time, on the 29th, have, again, that entire evening for public comment. I think it's absolutely worth considering. Both counsel seem to be in agreement with that. In this way, we'll clear it. It's 11:30. I don't think the testimony will take very long. I don't know what Mr. Chasanoff would have question-wise or not, but the procedure would be the witness would come up, Mr. Doyle would swear him in, he would just establish his familiarity with the report. Whether or not Mr. Butler examines him or not will be up to Mr. Butler, I doubt it. And then if Mr. Chasanoff still has a question, it'll be done, that's closed, so the 29th, everybody will have time to come back and place their positions on the record. So that's what, Mr. Chair, that I propose. I think that makes a lot of sense to me.
I agree. Let's
I
get
just
it done.
want to make sure that that's going to be acceptable to everyone here. Mr. Butler, am I correct?
You are correct, Mr. Tropoli.
Okay. All right. Well, this basically is an over and above accommodation to the public. Not that the public has been very calm, and I appreciate that, but the point is trying to get to the 29th so that you have several hours, if necessary, to talk. So, having said that, Mr. Chair, I think we should bring up Mr. Taylor, and he could be qualified by Mr. Doyle.
Mr. Doyle?
And again, this is for the yeah, come on up, sir. Let me administer an oath. Sir, would you raise your right hand and swear the testimony that you'll give tonight will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Yes, please have a seat, state your name on the record, and please qualify your witness.
Justin.
It's on.
Justin Taylor, Taylor.
Mr. Taylor, you were employed by whom?
Dynamic Traffic.
And as what?
As a traffic engineer.
And what's your educational and employment background to call you a traffic engineer?
Absolutely. I hold a bachelor's in engineering from the University of Delaware. I'm a licensed engineer in the state of New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Texas. I'm also a professional traffic operations engineer certified by the Institute of Transportation Engineers. I've been practicing traffic planning for approximately the last 18 years, testifying at dozens of boards throughout the state of New Jersey.
Did you ever get to Howell?
I have been in Howell.
Oh, okay.
Not at this board, though.
Mr. Butler?
I have no objection. I've used Mr. Taylor in the past on
Thank you.
applications.
You're familiar with the site?
I am.
You're familiar with the testimony that Mr. Steger gave, though you were not present?
That's correct. I've reviewed his transcripts, and I also aided him in the preparation of his testimony.
Let the motion
I've-
open.
No, I have no cross-examination.
My understanding is that the testimony or the questioning will be limited to what Mr. Steiger's testimony
Correct.
was.
So, right, so any questioning from...
And the data that the board had requested and again earlier ruled upon by the chair.
Correct.
Okay.
So nothing outside of what Mr. Steiger testified
Okay.
to at the last hearing.
Okay,
On April 1st.
Okay, so I understand, Mr. Doyle, you have no further questions
No.
of the witness.
Mr. Taylor, do you understand?
Yes, I do.
Okay, it's based on prior to the testimony on April 1st, correct?
Nothing new.
Okay. Can I have a motion?
I make a motion open to the public.
Motion made by Mr. Moretti.
I'll second it.
Seconded by Mr. Hughes. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? I want to call you Mr. Abe. You want to come forward, please, sir? I apologize for cutting you off before, but I think council can't
accommodate you.
We're trying to accommodate it, but
And I will accommodate you
Thank
and
you.
the board
And-
and the public by...
Wait, and again, sir, for the record, just state your name.
My name is still Abraham Chasnoff.
Hasn't changed. Okay, thank you.
Are you still
You're-
on West Baccio Lane?
You're,
You're right.
yeah, you're a witness for questions, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Taylor, as I understand it, you did no traffic counts on Cranberry Road, is that correct?
Well, that's partially correct. I think there was some confusion at the last hearing about the machines that were down on the road. We actually placed multiple machines, and what we had was some equipment malfunctions on some of the ATRs. So the data that Mr. Steiger presented was the one machine that we actually obtained data from.
Did you do any consideration, did you plan to do any counting on Cranberry Road?
Yes, we had intended to.
And why was that?
We really wanted to get a correct accounting of the trucks in the area. So the intention was...
I'm going to actually object to that question because I think Mr. Steiger's testimony was that he was not aware of any other counters being placed other than the one that was, he got his numbers from.
I think that's a fair question to
That's a
have
fair-
asked and answered, because that's a legitimate concern, and I would like Mr. Taylor to be able, for his company, to answer to the board.
Well, but that's not what Mr. Steiger testified to.
That's not what the testimony,
He had no idea.
he testified. He did not know that there was even a counter on Cranberry Road. He testified to that.
Could you tell us, or tell me, or tell whoever you can tell, the procedures, or who it was that actually ordered the counters to be placed on Yellowbrook and Cranberry Road?
We were working for Stavola to put the ATRs down.
Who determined where to put them?
I did.
And did you actually place any on Cranberry Road?
Once again, that's outside of the testimony that's
outside the
provided by
testimony.
Mr. Steiger.
For a yes or no answer, Mr. Chair,
Okay.
I would permit it.
Yeah,
Yes.
And why was it that you ordered them to be put on Cranberry Road?
That's the problem with allowing the questions to go forward, because now we're going into another avenue, which Mr. Steiger did not testify to at the prior hearing.
And I agree with Mr. Butler, he did not testify about anything on Cranberry Road.
other than he did not know that there was a counter.
That's correct.
Cranberry Road is a public street in Howell Township.
Yes.
Are there any restrictions on traffic on Cranberry Road?
Not that I'm aware of.
Trucks could travel on Cranberry Road?
Trucks do travel on Cranberry Road.
Do asphalt trucks travel on Cranberry Road?
I don't know the answer to that because we didn't pick up the ATR data that was there.
Are you familiar with traffic on Cranberry Road generally?
Yes.
And would you agree that Cranberry Road is a road that parallels Route 33?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the fact that truck traffic does travel on Cranberry Road?
I've seen trucks on Cranberry Road, that's correct.
Would you consider Cranberry Road to be an alternative to Route 33 for
Once again,
traffic
I'm
going
going to
to-
object because that's not what Mr. Steiger testified to.
I think the question should be heard before it's objected to.
Well, that I'd agree with, but I mean, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
given the lateness of the hour, I mean, if it calls for a yes or no answer, I mean, over objection, I would permit it.
So can you repeat the question?
Are you aware that, what was my question? Are you aware that traffic on can use Cranberry Road as a parallel or an alternative to Route 30?
Yes.
Getting to Route 34?
Yes.
And would you agree that at peak hour, that route to using Cranberry Road would be faster than Route 33?
I'm going to, once again, object to that.
That's outside of the scope
Yes,
of
it is.
the direct.
I have no other question.
Okay, thank you.
One question.
Wait,
No. We're
On what-
a
to
vote
who?
by this,
To who?
to Mr. Taylor.
You don't have a right to question Mr. Taylor. This is for the public.
It's only for the public. The public's still
But
open.
if the public raised a question that caused me to ask a question, I can't?
No, sir.
Not during the public, eh?
During the
Not
public.
during public session.
Maybe other
I
people-
thought the board wanted an explanation.
Oh, good.
Anybody else from the public? Seeing no hands.
I make a motion to
Second-
close the
second-
public?
Second, is there anybody else? Seeing none. Okay, motion by Mr. Moretti,
I'll second it.
seconded by Mr. Seiya. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, the 29th. We will be back here,
Okay.
Regular time, 7:30.
7:30. I cannot make it any earlier. Sorry. In this, no, I don't expect you because I know, Paul, I really appreciate you coming out so we'd have a quorum. I'm sorry you're here till midnight, but I really appreciate it. So the 29th is for public comments, okay? Again, I'm not going to put a limit on it, but please, no redundancy on the comments. Thank you very much. What? No, April 29th.
April 29th.
April 29th. April 29th, okay. I gotta find my agenda here. Okay, no, case number BA 1806, L&L Pavement Company, Inc., will be carried to April 29th with no further notice at 7:30. Mr. Butler, we do need an extension of time.
You have it.
Thank you.
No problem. Thank you for your indulgence, and thank you for coming out, Mr.
Thank you.
Stan.
Okay, any other business before the board? Guys, we're still in session here.
Yeah, I think we're good. If we need anything further, we're fine.
Thank you.
Can I have,
We have a meeting next Monday again?
next Monday, regular meeting next Monday,
Sorry.
regular meeting. It's almost done, it's almost,
Yes,
we're
we're
almost to the
almost
point
there.
that we can take a 6-month vacation here.
We're all gonna join Mr. Steiger in Hawaii.
Oh, yeah, that'll work. Okay, can I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
I'll
Second.
Motion by Mr. San Clemente, seconded by Mr. Moretti. Zoning Board adjourned at 11:40.